I've spent a lot of time trying to keep people out of Bareth's grip. Always seemed like the right thing to do. Gods, the farmers were right. These Zarups don't seem interested in eating us at all. Cave up on the cliff. Maybe these Zarups are protecting something. Misguided Nimdut. I really don't think nature needs any help protecting itself in Emerald Stair. I hate that his plan makes sense to me. Doubt smashing a few machines will bring an end to the Dream Scourge, though. Almost every Zarup I've ever met has tried to eat me before I could finish saying hello. I think if I walked into a Zarup camp and wasn't attacked immediately, I'd wonder if I was invisible or something. We're nearing the Zarup camp. The farmer said these Zarups weren't acting hostile, but nothing's growing here anymore. Maybe not ever. You know, I get the symbolism of giving perfectly good food to the dead. I just think it's dumb. Ugh. Think about this when we're all eating leaf stew tonight. I guess someone will have to do this for the people who starve to death when the food runs out. Poisoned arrow, slow acting. They wanted the thief to suffer. That ranger back there was killed by a knife in the back. Looks like there's more going on here than we thought. The journal mentions a Captain Osierno. Might be worth reporting this to them. Captain Osierno will want to hear about this. Suggest we give them some space. I don't think we want to get in a fight with the Steel Garrote just yet. That would have been an excellent time for a nap. And you ruined it. You have a thing for sticking your head in the bear's mouth, don't you? Ooh, did it just get colder, or is it just me? You don't want to find out what happens to Nimdutin who don't answer questions. I'll back you in court. Answer the blessed question and find out. Is that what bloodthirsty Kamayi like you say when you need to feel less like a monster? Ugh, I might have dozed off there for a bit. Were any of those words the ones we needed? Oh, that's a load off my mind. Sure beats not constantly worrying about the future. Right, and with a little fresh sake, you can follow an ogre back to its lair. Still wouldn't recommend it. I don't trust him. Talks too much. Says too little. My thoughts exactly. No, not falling for the old lone enemy surrounded by dead rangers wanting peace trick. You might be evil, but you're well informed. Nice lady. Hate her, don't trust her, want to kill her, but nice lady. I call her Shins. Does subtle mean something different outside of Solace? Gods help me. This guy is making sense. I don't know much about the Dream Scourge, but yes, this makes more sense than I'd care to admit. I hate to say it, but if there's a chance that animancy is causing the Dream Scourge, this Nimdut might be in the right. That's odd. Why would Zarups attack equipment and not just continue the raid? Sounds like that hermit's doing. I think you did the right thing, even if it doesn't quite feel like it right now. Never seen so many Steel Garrote soldiers before. I'd say we earned a break. I don't know what we stopped, but we clearly stopped something. Can't say I'm sad to see these people strewn about. Sounds about right. Hey, is it too late to go back to Paradise? These guys really seem to want everyone dead. I guess we should look around while we're here. I wouldn't mind figuring out what they were up to. Right. Look around for supplies. Anything we could take with us. Maybe a pie if you can find one. Right. Not betting my life on it, but it sure seems that way. I'm not looking to make that woman smile, personally. Looking around, feels like we broke up something big. Well done, us. There's a lot of stuff here they won't be using anymore. Might as well take some of it with us. Hey, Draku, these people were killers, not diplomats. They weren't here to take over the government. The people needed this food more than the dead do. You made the right choice. Oh, so those gnats constantly buzzing in my ears are this lady's fault. Apology not accepted. And wasted perfectly good food in the process. Right. Because we wouldn't want the other rangers to think poorly of you. Verano mentioned a meeting between the bandits and an unknown party. Know anything about that? The journal mentioned tracking the traitor east of Fjord, but not much else. Seems like a killer among the rangers would go right to the top of the list, but what do I know? I've heard of Minato. He hunted the Black Padfoot a few months back. That thing was impossible to track, but he did it. That's a powerful accusation to make. I know you rangers are a tight bunch. Agreed. You don't turn on your partner without a blessed good reason. They've probably saved each other's lives 1,000 times. Perfect. Young, strong, and too stupid to know everyone else knows more than he does. Like a yearling splint wolf. That would be a blessed shame. I was gonna bring that up if you hadn't. I'll vouch for the envoy. He knows his way around the wilds. I'll vouch for the envoy. She knows her way around the wilds. I'll vouch for the envoy. They know their way around the wilds. I used to think that. Then I ate a bad batch of twig rat stew and had to re-examine everything I thought I knew. Let's do this. I'll never understand you, Envoy. Looking forward to seeing what it looks like when animancers fight. Just take a blessed day look outside. Doesn't take a genius to see this place is rolling downhill. A woman shouting profanity at leadership? Reminds me of home. People who mean no malice generally don't go into banditry. That was good, right? Everything gets more complicated when the gods get involved. At least our mysterious disappearance will make for a good story. These people would die without that food. Well done. Right. I guess it doesn't matter who needs it more, huh? Right. Never expected that to work. Okay, folks. Let's get the skyrock from the lake full of corpses so we can help out the creepy water priest. I would kill for a standard festering snake bite right now. Oh, good. I could use a new pair of boots. Why would you even say that, Envoy? Using special rocks for rituals? Madness. This Nimdude wouldn't see a Balrog coming if it did a little dance right in front of him. Relax, Amakul, just asking questions. Can we just move on? I'd rather not talk about this. Right, but I assume she'll fight dirty. Paradise, no doubt. Walls, guards, and close to the sea if things get really bad. Not the place I'd send them, but... Right. Best of luck. They'll do well in Paradise. It's completely safe. As long as they keep their heads down. The best rangers that are left, you mean? Who sunded steel garrote. An empty hand can still slap the socka out of you. Strange that what the governor says is so different from what you see with your own eyes. Get a flute? No one could resist a flute. Hang on. I know you from Solace, right? You're blessed mad. I remember you. I gotcha. But we still don't even know why you're here. Another mouth to feed. Maybe we'll need to let Kai hunt more after all. It was more the sound of your voice that preceded you. We definitely agree on that. Whoa, you're banishing her for that? Once again, bureaucracy stands in the way of getting things done. Seems more likely you'll have to punch some sense into him. She's talking about another dream thrall. We better find him before he finds us. If I ever get like that, put me down on the spot. I don't want to live like that. Careful, Envoy. She's clearly not herself. Guess she doesn't have a whole lot longer before. Well, you know. Best way to help her would be to end her suffering. Before it gets worse. I can't help but think about Yonku right now. I wish I could do more. She's one of Fidelio's rangers. Gods. That badge you found belonged to an Adelaro. Must have been that dream thrall we killed earlier. 2 young Nimdutin wandering out by a river. Consider them found. Looks like no one is safe from the Dream Scourge. There's nothing anyone can do. Well, there's worse places to make the 4-legged beast. I promise you that. Your rangers lost to the Dream Scourge. Nothing we could do. Don't know how you live here when you can't even trust the ground to stay still. We saved old Felipe from one of those pits. Though, that might do you more harm than good. What just happened? I heard something about a squirrel. I always say, if you're gonna mug someone, do it while they're helpless and trapped in a sinkhole. It's like cleaning a deer carcass. If it was rotting and smelled like Kai after his morning run. So, we're killing a revenant then. She just couldn't come out and say that? Anyone else see a downside to giving monetary value to corpses? I'm not dragging your corpse back here from some ancient ruin, I'll tell you that. Great. Now I have to add to my list of idiotic ideas. Oh, and thank you for the nightmare fuel. I really have been sleeping entirely too well lately. There's something poetic about the idea of plants eating souls to survive. Creepy, but poetic. Oh, and what do you use for fertilizer? Other corpses? It's somehow worse knowing that these corpses are polite. I mean, miners in Solace don't have it that good. If this is your idea of business, we might have to revisit our contract. Well, it's already dead. That's the hard part done right there. Whatever you all are doing, it's clearly working wonders so far. Maybe pick up some eggs and milk while you're out getting corpses. Maybe a nice pastry or two. You know, if you're gonna sell out your values anyway, you could at least get some spicy beverages out of it. Okay, so we're not stabbing these people to death, or the steel garrote is here. Don't like that one bit. Remember when my biggest problem was some Nimdude stepping up to me in a tavern? Oh, I miss the good old days. You know, I'm not one to judge you for cold-blooded murder, but I'd say that was one of your best. Somehow it feels like you spared him and executed him at the same time. Impressive. I'd probably slap the teeth out of him until he stopped shouting. I imagine the local famine could take care of it from there. Well, let's go. That Adragon's heart isn't gonna yank itself out. I'll be honest, he lost me when he started talking about souls. What did I miss? Watch out, Envoy. She seems to have a thing for you. Pretty sure that saying is Bareth's bells. Pretty sure. No ladders, Envoy. Wouldn't fit in the packs. It's more of an animancy thing, isn't it? Oh, wait a blessed a minute. I am not doing anything said in that tone of voice. I can get you 1,000 faces that don't require going into some ancient ruins, but no one listens to me. Excuse me, we're all bigger than you are, Nimdude. That doesn't make sense. Does anyone actually say that? Never heard it before. She obviously made it up. Well, that's something I hope never happens again. Right. So humble. The ruin she's talking about is definitely godless. Can't say I'm excited to go there. Looks like she could use our help. It's fine. They look scary, but they couldn't tell the difference between a core knot and a raft hitch. Nothing to fear from them. Right. They're not the only ones either. That egg's more like a giant rock at this point. Do they even know what they're worshipping? Looks like they're worshipping something. If I didn't know better, I'd say it's a dragon egg. I feel like I can't swallow. Is that weird? So many dream thralls. Maybe they found Razvan, right? Maybe he's dead. He was just a man all this time. I don't know. Maybe we should check on Iancu on the way out. After all this, he's just a man. I don't know. Maybe we should check on Iancu on the way out. I feel like I should remember this. That must be the door. Oh, gods, here we go. Right. I know it. I think I do. I hope so. All right, what was it? Something. Voices, something in the sky. Gods, I can't think straight. That was it. It worked. Yeah, I guess he deserved to die, but I don't think it was your choice to make. These bowls used to contain a poison. Larbarian Ishan root, maybe. Caution, Envoy. I see something moving in there. Razvan. Why does that name make my skin crawl? Is it someone I knew? Gods. What happened here? Did he do something to attract them all here? I don't get it. What Razvan did? Unforgivable. Star metal, if I'm not mistaken. Might want to take that to a blacksmith. That's star metal. I feel like someone in Solace could figure out what to do with that. More star metal. I bet a blacksmith would know what to do with that. Star metal. Forge Master Della's the only person I can think of who'd know what to do with that. Something happened. No idea what. Right. We better get moving. Don't worry about that. We have our ways. Right. You've had your fun. Let the poor Nimdude get back to work. Not sending the best and brightest out to the Ash Forest, are they? They're loyal to a fault. Which ought to be the official motto of Solace Keep. Well, I turned my back on Solace. But there really isn't that much of a difference. Let's get him out of there. He didn't do anything wrong. Let's try for this life. I'm honestly hoping my next life is far from here. Petru's a decent enough man. He doesn't deserve to rot in prison for this. But not my decision, I suppose. And chances are they'll never kill and eat you, right? Why do you think I spend so much time on patrol? The water in the tusks is cleaner than whatever's coming through those pipes. Did that just happen? I mean, you all saw it too, right? Oh, good. Everyone's panicking. We won, right? Not real sure what just happened other than Ludwig getting away. I really need to lie down. Just for a minute. Anyone else feel like everything's falling apart? We did it! That steel garrote Korba died just like anyone else. The garden lit up and everyone changed. I hate to say it, but maybe Ludwig is right about Sapadal and the Dream Scourge. Right. I don't trust that woman to die like a normal person. Never expected to see this guy again. Oh, someone's been reading their travel guides. Honestly, I've lost count. There's another path. Just not a path anyone told me about. I can't make any promises, though. Like I said, they don't welcome outsiders, much less Adirans. Your godlike features will get you through the door, but that's all you'll get. Nandru had the same stuff on his face. Like the two of you were made by the same sculptor. Play your cards right, and it might get you through the door. Worth a shot, anyway. Problem is, I don't think they'd talk with you. Solace Keep doesn't like outsiders. I lost any clout I had in Solace the instant I left. You'd have better luck just showing them your face. Nandru had the same godlike features as you. You'd be surprised how far a resemblance to him will take you. Got off on the wrong foot being born on another continent. Then they made it worse by taking control of Paradise and bringing a squadron of madmen along with them. Lean into the face thing. I'm not kidding. Right. Trying to find honey by attacking a nest of hornets. Worst comes to worst, we can ask the Wardens of Solace for help. At least they won't let a man die on their doorstep. Follow the road northeast and look for a giant ancient walled keep. Can't miss it. You'd be surprised how far a resemblance to Nandru will take you in Solace. Right. If we're going, let's go. Nandru was the founder of Solace Keep. If anyone knows more about him or the garden, it would be the Council of Solace. I'll never get used to watching you do that. Is that a steel garrote camp up ahead? That's not good at all. Careful. That's Dream Scourge talk right there. Very convincing. Nimdude. Solace has been under constant construction since Nandru set the first stone. Always thought that if I ever came back here, I'd never... I'm fine. I just need a moment. Sounds like she's already been arrested. Solace guards are nothing if not efficient. How can I agree and disagree with you at the same time? This crisis isn't over yet. Well, he has a point. But it's not worth letting Solace fall to prove it. Interesting question, Envoy. Because it looks like he's doing the opposite of what Mihala asked. Why do people keep asking me that? Looks like you're trying to jam that winch and keep the sluice gates from opening. Welcome to Pargrunan politics. When flooding the keep with lava will fix it, so that makes it okay to kill them? I'm talking about not destroying our ancestral home just because you don't like Nandru. You're just as blinded by those traditions as Mihala. Have the courage to leave if you want, but don't force everyone else to. Absomalu Vowintu, Envoy. You are lucky I don't feel like fighting another Adiran right now. You can't be blessed serious. Stand down, Kostya. This just isn't your day. It's odd, but there's a beauty to this place. Maybe because it's a place in Galawain's tusks I've never been. Let's not spend any more time down here than we have to. You're asking me what to do about the god living in your head? I don't know, but killing a god sounds like a really bad idea. Are you sure that's the right decision? Right. And we've definitely all had input on that decision. We were fine living at the whim of a sleeping god until you came along and woke it up. I knew everything we've done would come back to bite us. Can she read our thoughts? Asking for a friend. I don't know. Sopadal caused the Dream Scourge, right? But killing them means agreeing with Ludwine. Nice of the Death Guard to let us do her dirty work. This ought to be interesting. What? You were just gonna let her leave? Seems about right. I think. That's Dream Thrall talk if I've ever heard it. So what's the plan? Has Kostya already spoken with her? So what's the plan? Right. She's gone. I'd almost suggest leaving her like this. Hey look, it's Captain Alfir. Time has not been kind to her, has it? Duke de Dragu, Korba, you killed everyone! You murdered a village to satisfy your sick vision of ascension. But really, you're just a lost soul down here grasping for meaning. I see no reason to give this man a quick death. Let him rot down here, for all I care. I have run from you my whole life. And you're just a madman in a cave, talking to dream thralls. I don't remember my parents. They obviously trusted you. But they didn't know you, did they? Not really. I don't care. This Korba killed my family! Does he even know we're here? We could just leave. He thinks he's a watcher. Pathetic. What is that? Let me see. I remember this. I think this belonged to... Everything Yonku said was true. All of it. These bones are hers. My mother. I can't. Difficult. This is blessed impossible. I don't think I can handle this right now. I need to go back. The thought of thieves touching her corpse. She's been out here so long. Mom? God. Is this her? Are these her bones? I can't. I know. Fuitu Meyu. Let's just keep looking around. Yonku. Viate. Is that you? What happened? How could this... is Yonku. My best friend since... as far as I can remember. When did this... I should have never left you, Viate. I couldn't have known. I still shouldn't have left. We could have been here, together. It's not fair. I shouldn't have left. Now... Gods. Well, that makes me feel much better. Let's just watch my best friend wither away for a moment, and we can get back to work. You blessed ape. You're right. We're here to find out what happened. That doesn't... I barely remember this place. I felt drawn here. But all I remember is fear and panic. I have lots of memories I'd love to forget. If that sort of thing is on the table... Wait. No, I remember something. Chanting, I was so scared. I don't want to know what you're about to say. I don't. But why would they... Everyone dead? That's when you took me to solace. You saved my life. I don't know. Everything in me says to run. But my heart says to find Razvan and put an end to all of this. I am so sorry this happened to you, Viate. If I could trade places with you, well, I guess. We'll be going now, yeah? We have to keep digging into this particular emotional scar. Stop it. I'm all right. Oh, you think? I'll never be ready. Not for this. I always thought you were a fool when we were younger. So impulsive. And now I know. You thought you'd already cheated death. There's no bliss anywhere near this situation. It makes sense. No wonder it felt like everyone knew something I didn't. Because they did. Gods, he might still be alive. That's it. We have to leave. If he's out there, we have to run. Dragu envoy. I swear to the gods. Right. I just need a minute. You should have seen it, Viate. The monster that haunted us all our lives, starving and babbling to himself. He died like anyone else, Viate. He wasn't a god or a monster or anything else. Just a man wallowing in his own filth. It's over, Viate. You can rest now. I promise. Quiet, you Nimdude. I know how to seek peace if I want it. I don't know. I'll need time to figure all this out. Oh, right. I'm the one who made us miss the first day of training, huh? Not Mr. Which boot should I wear? Will you be all right, Viate? What can I do to help? Right. I will miss you, Viate. I love you. Gods. You really don't have much time left, do you, Viate? What's happening? Why is everyone running around like blessed fools? This is the envoy. The Emperor of Adir sent him to stop the Dream Scourge. This is the envoy. The Emperor of Adir sent her to stop the Dream Scourge. This is the envoy. The Emperor of Adir sent them to stop the Dream Scourge. The Steel Garrote drew a map that says the path to the garden is under the keep. Do you know where the path to the garden might be? Could be. I'm still shocked by the fact this all might be real. Or the work of a god, at least. They're all dead, by the way. You're welcome. Could Kostya have told the Steel Garrote about another entrance to the garden? Mihala. I assume that's an order, Commandant? They were reading through some old books. Someone at the Living Archives must have handed them over. They stole books from the Living Archives. They're researching the garden. Yeah, sounds like dream thralls. But why do they hate history? I mean, besides the obvious. Hand over the list, too. He deserves to know he's got snakes in his garden. The damage is probably done, but at least you can deal with the ones responsible. Think hard before you get yourself exiled. That attitude won't go far in Paradise. Do you expect her to line up at your funeral? You just gave a traitor what she wanted. She sounds desperate. No way she's not up to something. You can't trust her. She's a thief. And who knows who she's working with. She's just going to sell whatever you give her. History and tradition mean nothing to her. We have everything we need to send her to the Ash Forest for the rest of her life. I say we use it. Kamayu, give her exactly what she wants. Fuitu Mayu. Tell me more, Makul. I don't completely have the Vrikas yet. Right. You might not want to get your hopes up on that one. Right. Now that's done. Lorraine better at least ask the woman out after all this. I didn't see a dwarven woman there. No way I would have missed that. Wait, wasn't she right behind us? Maybe don't tell her right at this moment. But this sounds like the caravan the ogre destroyed. That sounds a lot like the caravan we found earlier. We found that caravan not long ago. It was completely destroyed. I didn't see any dwarven women at the site. I wouldn't have missed that. The ogre's sick. He says he'll release Galeen if we can get him a cure. There's a few things we need to find. You've lived in the tusks all your life. Might want to temper that excitement. Right. First it's soft fabrics, then it's pointy sticks. Wasn't expecting to help an ogre today. Oh, that woman over by the ogre looks endearing. Probably here against her will. Suggest we be very careful here. Looks like a survivor from the caravan. I suggest caution. She's probably not here because she wants to be. This must be that Adiran merchant Lorraine mentioned. Suggest caution. She's probably not here because she wants to be. Suggest you take this very carefully, unless you actually feel like dying to an ogre. Looks like the merchant Lorraine mentioned. Suggest caution. She's not here because she wants to be. Master Tassa died? I figured that old lady would live forever. It's a fine tradition, if you don't mind going on patrol in your dead uncle's old pants. This ought to be good. Can't wait to see how this turns out. I just do what I do. You make last week's salt pork taste like this week's salt pork. Maybe you can get him to stop. He won't listen to me. Maybe you can get her to stop. She won't listen to me. Maybe you can get them to stop. They won't listen to me. Bolty? Is that you? You mean it's your honor to stay where the council can keep an eye on you? The way I heard it, Bolty had a reputation for taking things from the armory and selling them to traders for a profit. Yeah, well, the council is keeping you close by, just in case you haven't. There's the Joffrey I know. Still calling your parents by their first names. Well, that was awkward. Odd for the captain of the guard to disappear like that. Let's look into this. We ran into Petro and Emerald Stair. What has he gotten himself into? They're here, because I vouched for them. Right, well how about we all pile on Marius after we're sure Solace is safe? Maybe Solace is safe. But what good is that if the Dream Scourge gets everyone else in the tusks? Keep it down. This isn't the time for that. We can discuss shackles after we've talked about the Steel Garrote. They're coming for Solace Keep. Tell us what we need to know and we'll be gone before you remember to miss me. Whoa, they haven't thrown us out yet. Let's not push our luck. They destroyed a city full of animancers. If they come for Solace, even these ancient walls won't save you. If that's all you'll do, you might as well not do anything. They nearly destroyed a city full of animancers. If they come for Solace, even these ancient walls won't save you. Believe me, I don't intend to stick around. And people wonder why I left. Right, here we go. There's at least one left, and he's standing right in front of you. There's at least one left, and she's standing right in front of you. There's at least one left, and they're standing right in front of you. It's mine, too. Might want to go talk to Mihala now, assuming we still want to do that. Right. I warned you they'd be useless. Or maybe I didn't, but I thought about it. If this is the kind of warm welcome I can expect, I can't wait to come back. You'd be better off tracking the Steel Garrote. At least they're not useless bureaucrats. Envoy, you all right? We lost you there for a bit, but not like before. Fuitu Mayu. It's Cosmine. Just let me handle this. I get that a lot. Cosmine, get out of our Usundit way before I remember that time I loaned you my lunch ticket and you told me you lost it. Oh, that would be news to me. I doubt it. Nothing really changes in Solace. Yes, very good reasons no one needs to discuss right now. Several times. But I hit more than I missed. Quench your coals, Envoy. Let me handle this. Or with an honored warden. Come on, just for once, consider not being a complete Jatule and let us pass. The Steel Garrote is coming for the garden, and they won't let anything stand in their way. I'm serious. Let us in. Cosmine, Solace Keep is in real danger. Do you truly think I'd come back here for anything less? Let us handle the council. You just sit here staring out into the tusks like you were. Oh, then I guess we have nothing to worry about. Solace is saved, and we didn't even have to do anything. You know I wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. We need to speak to the council. Cosmine, you're doing that thing you always do when you're lying. Right. Even more than usual. You think the council would tell you the truth if it was? Right. And I'm sure you all had a good long cry about it, too. Do you think the council will care about your promises when a death guard in her army turns Solace inside out? Try it, and see how quickly I forget that we both grew up here. Tiny babies afraid of needles. And once again, I'm here waiting for your butt. Trick question. You never learned to read. Come on, Cosmine. Have I ever lied to you when it really counted? It's their word for a fancy guy in a big gold hat. They'll be grateful we came, Cosmine. It was my decision, Nimdut. And I'm here because it matters. Right. To keep you all from thinking for yourselves. Cosmine, now. We don't have much time. 100 sweaty dwarves packed in the Great Hall, reeking of sulfur and sweet onions. Damn near makes me nostalgic. So Petru's alive, but he's on Mihala's bad side. Honestly, dying's probably easier. Right, did she just ask that? Or am I having another nightmare? Good. Let's save the hugs and tears for another time. Knew you were gonna say that. Well, at least we'd all be together in prison. Okay, let's hear it. All right. Waiting for the butt? You've always given me more than I deserved. Right, I get it. He wants us to run his errands. You have a funny way of showing it. It's not a total loss. Elder Grigor still lives, minus the living skeleton thing. Though, I guess we're all living skeletons. Right. Wish I hadn't thought about that. She's right. There's a whole world out there free from all the Sokka and misery of Solace. You'd give them the keep? Have you lost your Usundan mind? That's exactly the problem with this place. Whole lot of following, not a lot of thinking. Mina, is that you? Didn't recognize you with all that whiskey smell around you. Sometimes people just leave. He's probably drunk somewhere feeling bad about it. Always admired Mina's loyalty. Misguided as it might be. Who knew Petru had a friend? Wild. Envoy, snap out of it. Felt like we lost you there for a moment. You're talking to Wodaka now? When did that happen? Every time that happens, it feels like you might not come back. The warning from Wodaka isn't the sort of thing you ignore. The water ought to be flowing now, too. Solace has fresh water for the first time in ages. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think it's possible the Oathbinder knows something we mortals don't. Well, did she speak of a way to stop it by any chance? That would be unusually helpful. Maybe you'll find your answers in the garden. Stranger things have happened. Bold words, considering we're standing in her lair. Sorry, Raluca. You knew the answer to that before you asked. Sounds like she's been through some rough times. That's not the Amalia I remember. I suggest we check with the watchtower nearby before we go stomping in and stabbing people. But, that's just me. Since when do you have followers running around attacking strangers on sight? Amalia, I never knew you'd have such bloodthirsty Nimdutan as friends. Amalia, always a pleasure. Yeah, I found a way out, but here I am, right back here again. Amalia, always a pleasure. Yeah, I got out into the wide world. Not sure I recommend it. Amalia. Yeah, I got out into the wide world. And as you can see, here I am, right back here again. Amalia, keep your head. No one's here to fight you. Don't be a Nimdut, no one else gets hurt. You're free to go now, Amalia. Enjoy it. Right. This went as well as could be expected. Happy for you, Amalia. Enjoy the freedom. Not ideal, but better than prison. If we can get some of their banners, we can force the issue without getting flattened by an entire camp of starving outcasts. We ran into some bandits earlier. Thought maybe they were outcasts. We had the pleasure of running into Amalia already. We got one of their banners. If we can get another, we can force her to talk. Maybe fix this with far less stabbing. We can leverage her banners against her. She'll have no choice but to hear what we have to say. We already killed most of her people. She's got no choice but to negotiate. Traditionally, if a warden's oath is unfulfilled, their spirit lingers until another warden sees it completed. Or so they say. Amalia will complete her father's oath. from outside the tusks. You know better than that, Rawdoot. Give us some details we can work with. Gods, here we go. I did. So Nimdoots like you would ask dumb questions. Did you enjoy that, Envoy? I hope you got something out of it. They're trying to kill us. What else do you need to know? That should disable the pressure plates. What about these spiders? Are they threatening enough for you? Gods, not this Sokka again. Remember that time in Emerald Stair? You let that thief take all our supplies. We needed our supplies. We almost died without them. You let your heart get in the way of your survival. Just blessed day now. Like it? Not the blessed day point. You see a threat, you stop that threat. You don't give it your rations. Shh, Nimdoot. Someone's up ahead. I would have sent that thief on his way without our blessed day supplies. How do you know? We didn't. Back to what we were talking about. Anyway, at least they're no longer a threat. And we can stop asking who and start asking why. We'll definitely be seeing them again. You all but guaranteed that. Good news is the Steel Garrote will probably take care of killing them for us. Great. Not sure which side I want to be on. I never really expect them to be happy about anything. I have some thoughts, Envoy. Let's talk about it at camp. I have some thoughts, Envoy. Let's have another one of our chats back in camp. That was a good night. Before you lose it at the Balrog, anyway. That's a bit further than I'd go, but it's in the right direction. Then, of course, there's the Poison Swamp. Who doesn't love the Poison Swamp? Say what you have to say, Amakul. Trust me, I've heard it all. I'm sure you have questions about why I'm here, Amakul. I'm not answering any of them. A whole region of Nimdoots, really. Best to stay away, which should be a surprise to no one. Safest that way, yeah. Until recently, I assumed death meant you stopped living. Silly me. People in Paradise might lie or cheat once in a while, but this seems like overkill. More than once, he's wandered over to the Balrog and just started asking people about their childhoods. What was your family like? Did they take you to church? Did you have a dog? Was it nice? Weird stuff. Sokka! Somebody's not walking home tonight. Knew this would happen if he turned himself in. Nothing we could do about it, though. That ought to send a message. Just not sure it's the message they want to send. Oh, gods. That's Thala. You really stepped in the Sokka now. I don't accept payment for my advice either. You can just throw your coins at my feet. Right. Going to go toss some coins into the pond here. Any moment now. No need to keep watching us or anything. Ill fortune. Sounds more like good sense to me. Just a matter of time at this point. Oh, Fuitu. Let me know before you start poking around in my personal business. I might need to, clean up a little first. Probably best not to get involved. No one gets too uptight about what happens at the bathhouse. Fuitu, let me know before you start poking around in my personal business. I might need to clean up a little first. I thought you were supposed to be healing people, not getting them killed. Have to admit, that's a good one. You're a potentially useful ungrateful idiot. That's different. Why did you have to bring size into this? I think I'd recognize salt. Yeah. I've eaten at the Balrog, after all. Just that it's supposed to act quickly, and that you shouldn't mess with it if you don't know what you're doing. Not if you know better than to take a nap in the Blessed Day Forest. Yes, the Death Guard. My guess is she'll scoop your eyes out first, so you can watch the rest from across the room. You better start naming names, Amakul, before my friend here starts to get vengeful. You seem to like beating up on little guys. Want to take a run at me? He's not lying. I've seen it happen. She is not lying. I've seen it happen. They are not lying. I've seen it happen. Last person I know who did it died with her boots full of Sokka. This was no rat poison, Nimdoot. This was the kith-killing kind. Good idea. I haven't had my ration of Sokka yet today. You would need protection if you'd stop doing things that make people want to kill you. You got a deer in order in our chaos. Some people don't like being forced to follow a new set of rules. It's no more dangerous here than anywhere else. It's just that monsters here have knives instead of fangs. So we're going to the temple to find a mystic to ask about the poison. Not what I imagine my day would be like. If you want mystic types, you want to go visit the Temple of Andra. Probably the only reason you'd want to go there. I'd prefer if you wouldn't keep inviting people to try to kill you, but sure, we've got you covered. Nice work on the bounties. Just don't get a big head about it. You almost sound convinced yourself. Right. You want to go tell Trevik you sold him out, or shall I? Well, if she thinks you're completely healthy, she clearly didn't check above the neck. Would it even make a difference if I said don't do it? Gods, I could roast a Ballarok on the energy coming off this thing. This is definitely part of some bigger thing we shouldn't mess with. So let's go find the rest of it. Let's take these things back to camp. You can fiddle with them there. Looks like this thing's missing a few pieces. You people probably want to take it back to camp and study it, yeah? I don't know what this thing is, but it's giving off power like you wouldn't believe. Another fragment in. And this thing's just getting warmed up. That's 3. It's definitely getting fired up now. All the subtlety of a kick in the face. Let's do this. You're lucky the Adherents haven't come to take away what you do have. He's right. Nobody wants to buy from a dealer who looks like a liability. She's right. Nobody wants to buy from a dealer who looks like a liability. Smart move. Nobody wants to buy from a dealer who looks like a liability. I'll be fine, but I'll remember that offer. You know, for a friend. Those two need to get married or divorced immediately. Even experts can get turned around in these granite mazes. So stay sharp. Offreak is back in town. He'll be anxious to see his brother. Right. We could have done more. Fuitu Mayu. Right. Okay, I didn't sign up for this kind of Sokka. Got any root viper bites you need looked at? Need I remind you that we're carrying the thing the Oracle needs to complete their evil plan? What do you think's gonna happen there? Anything good? Because it feels like an evil god statue full of souls is a bad thing. If you look, you could see Fort Northreach from here. Here. This is the path Offreak told us about. This place is called the Pilgrim's Path, but no one really comes here anymore. Except us, apparently. Right. Hard to say what happened here, but I'd wager a ruby against Beetle Sokka. Animancy was involved. Gods. Never seen anything like it. Gods. And no one knew that was down here. Roots clogging up this tunnel. Almost like they're reaching for something. The Oracle's been working on this for a long time. This is far too complicated for a Blessed statue. Right. I haven't been in a lot of ancient ruins, but you don't have to be an expert tomb robber to think this is probably a trap. Fuitu. The way out must have flooded during that earthquake. Blessed ruins. And look, there's no way these people died of natural causes. Murder usually leaves a mark. They didn't come the same way we did. I'll remind you we had to swim here. Do I even want to know what an animat is? Right. I knew I didn't want to know. If I thought you could just zap someone's soul out of their body, I wouldn't even get up in the morning. Right. Let's go find that Oracle so we can go. Corpses left here with no obvious death marks or struggle wounds? Well, he wasn't planning to eat them. Meat's already spoiled. Don't act so offended. People do all sorts of things to survive. I'm just trying to rule it out. No, Nim, dude, I'm not. But there's a lot of things I'd do if it was the only way to stay alive. All I'm saying is, I'm not seeing any reason to rule him out. If either of you so much as points a stick at me, I'm going to be very upset. Didn't even have time to finish their puzzle. Whatever they were looking for, it wasn't just treasure. Big tree, pretty ruins. Don't let it fool you. Keep your guard up. Zarps ahead. Suggest going around them, but we can fight if you're feeling itchy. Bridges collapsed up ahead. My gut says that's the way to the relic. Never knew there were little houses down here. Then again, I never needed to come down here before, so there's that. Shrine to Aethys. Careful. I can't guarantee that thing won't get up and move around. Gods, what are we dealing with here? Nice. I must have missed that. Have I mentioned that I think this is a terrible idea? Oracle's up ahead. Be ready for anything. Someone's up ahead. Keep your eyes open. Let's see if that opened anything. There you go. Door's open. Right. Who woke up the sleeping skeleton? Something tells me those weren't the last walking skeletons we'll be fighting. The Oracle might have been a creepy, murdering Korba, but he sure kept a nice home. The Oracle might have been creepy and insane, but he sure kept a nice home. Well, that was certainly an experience of some kind. Let's go catch up with Offreak. We'll have to swim through the root tunnel to get through here. After all that, I'm almost disappointed. Well, if we're gonna pull the Ascendant lever, we better get to it. This world has had enough highly destructive god statues, thanks. I'd rather not be the most hated person in Aora. I have enough Sokka to deal with. Right. What a pity his evil plan didn't work out. That Nim dude knew the risks. You're saying he'll come back eventually. Blood. We're not the only ones here. Tripwire's broken. I bet Offreak's people came through here. If Ludwig's after this relic, we might be on the right track. Well, guess that's done. Oracle's dead, so can we leave now, or... That ought to be all of them, right? Nimduts like him are just oblivious. Probably didn't even see the adherents coming through. Right. Maps, ropes, pitons, rugged boots, water for days, people down here looking for stuff. Right. Here it comes. Right. We might get a chance to do something about this Nimdut if we're careful. Me? If I ever suggest helping some crazy Nimdut bring a statue to life for religious reasons, please kill me then and there. Well, Kai, looks like you're the new envoy now. The old ones lost their Usundant mind. Right. Slowly turn toward the exit, and then just run. No way that old Kamayu can follow us. Oh, no. You don't want that. My soul's far too... grisly. So we're not fighting him? I'm not mad or anything, just... surprised. Don't do this, envoy. You don't need to die here. Huh? What? Oh, sure. I was definitely paying close attention while that Nimdut told us his insane plan. We'd better get moving too. Sure. I've heard about the Oracle. Same as I heard about the Watcher and all the other weird Sokka in the Living Lands. I don't usually lead people down into that temple. Mostly because underground temples are full of Sokka that gives me the vrikas. It's also supposed to be full of skeletons and old godless traps. I'm not fond of suicide missions either. I heard the Nimdut only talks to godlikes after Aethys' little jaunt in the Deadfire. It's not your fault, kid. Sometimes people die. There was nothing you could do. Right, so it could have been worse. These two will be just fine. I'm sure of it. I guess he got tired of people yelling at him for what his god did. I've got stick prickle balm for the pain, but other than that, not much else I can do. Gods, calm yourself. Your wound's already closing. Right. Guessing he's been poisoned too. As if those injuries weren't enough. You could have saved him, envoy. But you didn't. I imagine the Oracle has something to do with that creepy statue we saw. Might as well go take a look. Gods, I hate watching a person suffer like this. He's delirious. Doubt we'll get much out of him. He's gonna have a hard time getting out of here, but at least we gave him a fighting chance. I imagine the Oracle has something to do with that creepy statue we saw before. Maybe we should take a look. Always nice to meet an Adherin who isn't trying to goad me into a fight. We wouldn't be in this mess if you hadn't gone and got yourself killed. You wanted to go talk to that Watcher, right? Let's get it over with. We're done here. We can get to Emerald Stair in no time if we leave now. Remind me to look twice at any promises you make from now on. That's technically what happened, so sure. Why do I feel like Ludwig's lessons involve a riding crop and an Iron Maiden? Well, good news. They have to make alterations to the gallows to hang me. No one wants that hassle. She sounds like a wonderful person. Can't wait to hear how you spin this tale. I wouldn't say we're so much missing it as dreading it. Wonderful. Now I have to keep a tight grip on my soul on top of everything else. Ah, the old "it was another life" brush off. That has to hurt. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Awfully generous for the ambassador to take the fall like that. I wonder when this will come back to bite us. With the help of a couple other people who shall forever remain unmentioned. Right. Let's move on from that scenario as quickly as possible. You're doing something great here. And I actually don't have anything mean to say. We're not done in Dawnshore yet. We can worry about this later. So Ludwig's somewhere out there doing who knows what. Wonderful. Sounds like something worth looking into sooner rather than later. If your ancestors left Solace, it isn't your ancestral home anymore. You had me at Welcome and lost me at Burned Queen. Nice work. It even smells better here. Spoken like an assassin who's confident in his work. People always answer to a higher authority, but I never hear the question. There's definitely something. It's written all over your face. If you spare him, he'll just kill you again. I doubt you'll get a second chance. You should have just killed him. He's as good as dead anyway. You know, it's harder to keep you alive if you keep setting free all the people who want to kill you. Just another Nimdut ready to die. Fine. Not the path I'd take. But hey, I only get to die once. Big mistake, envoy. He killed you once. He'll do it again. If you give him to the Steel Garrote, you might as well kill him now. They'll torture him before they execute him. Not a huge fan of cold-blooded murder. We survive by removing threats, and this guy is a threat. Right. Remove the threat. Let's do it. You got lucky with the last one you set free, envoy. Not sure I'd risk it again. Well, he seemed nice. Just relax a hair. You're scaring the children. Did you get any of that? That just sounded like a hot breeze to me. This is giving me the shakes. Right, maybe I'll stand outside. Now she's hearing voices. Great. Is that gonna cost us extra or something? Glad someone got something out of this. I guess I'm older than I look. Right, I could see that too if I don't get out of here soon. Ah, I missed it. Did we win? Don't mind me. I'll be over by that building not caring an ounce about this. You just saved their lives, Envoy. Well done. Better to leave and never look back. Less complicated that way. Actually confronting your problems is overrated anyway. Right. Clearly. Any of those things would have murdered you in a heartbeat. Chances are good they're already dead. Did you think of that when you sent your assistants out there? You sent people out into the wilds with no training and no one to guide them. Maybe take one moment to actually think next time? You did good, Envoy. I think you brought them peace. I wish I had problems like which ship is better. I'd have made them fight it out. I had no idea you were an expert in livestock. Know anything about raising chickens? Not the advice I would have given, but I guess miracles happen? Never heard that before, but I'll take it. I've heard imagining the audience naked helps. Depends on the audience, I guess. Right. Great way to raise a man's spirits. Well, that's over. How about we go deal with the Nim dude who killed you? Higher purpose. All right. She acts like Sokka won't roll down the street like it would anywhere else. Sure, hire the local rebel to spy for Adir. Can't foresee anything bad coming from that. Check the body. I have a hunch she has something worth finding. You like to attack people after they help you. I'll keep that in mind. Less talking, more stabbing. No evidence, no problem, huh? Right. Let's do this. Right. Throw in a few ripe oranges and you got a deal. Oh, I thought we'd talk a little longer, actually. But all right. Finally, some progress. I have a feeling we'll have better luck at the Clavigers' estate. I think she's as guilty as a smiling Balrog. But we don't really have anything to get her with. See that? Hilarious. Could have sworn I smelled something. So the punishment is death? And I guess the corpse's biggest crime was getting caught. Nice work, calling her out like that. That should make her pause and reflect next time she thoughtlessly murders someone. Don't think too hard. That guard obviously hasn't. This comes naturally to you? Were you raised in Galawain's tusks? I have seen Zarp art, and let me tell you, this drawing really captures your jawline. Feels right to me. Right. Galawain's tusks is one of the deadliest places in the world. Probably not worth the trip. You could put away the basil barkeep. No mouthy fools to scare away this time. I had it under control, Amakul. But thanks. Come on, Amakul. You know you love it. I assume that was true from the start. Remind me to keep my journal chain shut around you. Let's go back to Dahangan. She has some explaining to do. I guarantee you there's stranger stuff than that in this house. Let's look around. A Zarep holding hands with an elf. Bold artistic statement or awkward dinner conversation. We have to go back to Dahangan. I have to know where this mural came from. I suggest we find the owner of this house and ask them what that mural's all about. Right. There has to be more here than just that. Let's look around. Envoy, I've never seen a Zarp that didn't want to kill me. Any ideas? Right. I'm sure letting this Zorp live won't come back to bite us. Watch out. Dream Thrall's up ahead. We were here too late. These soldiers paid the price. Dream Thralls. Still dressed in Adiran armor. This is a Bleste nightmare. Looks like Thirdborn has already been attacked. At least they seem willing to fight back. Eyes open. I hear fighting nearby. We have to find a way to beat this. We have to. Dream Thralls. I'll never get used to the sight of them. Right. You're going in there no matter what I say, so I'll save my breath. Something open up down below. Let's take a look. That's how it's done, right there. Gods, is this the Dream Scourge? This is our fault. I don't get it. Why not just kill us? Why all the pageantry? I feel like these faces are watching me. Don't love it. Any plans for getting up into that tower? Last I checked, none of us can fly. Great. Now we can go, right? Wait. You were worried it wouldn't work this time? Good. High confidence in the face of a looming archmage can only be a good thing. This is too weird not to be the way into an archmage's domain. Oh, I am not gonna lie and pretend I'm loving this icy wasteland we're wandering around in. Oh, I knew it. Now I suddenly have to go too. This is what we're doing now? Waiting for a guard to drain his bladder? Right, we're done here. Odd place for a camp. Not very defensible, no matter how that guy died. Not a good way to go. I don't think this one's gonna make it. Sounds like they were dead already. They just didn't know it yet. All right, who asked for more Zarups? Did someone wash themselves in bacon fat or something? Don't have to be a soldier to die for no good reason at all. It's weird that a soldier's entire life comes down to these tiny badges. I bet dying in battle does wonders for someone's soul. I did not know that, and I prefer not to know it, thank you very much. Badges were larger? Maybe if they were made of gold. What do you think? I saw Karen across the lake bed. Must be the place she's talking about. Not much we can do to help her. I hope she finds peace. Don't look at me. I say run, find yourself a nice cave, and quietly hate yourself for the next few years. Not sure we should try this stuff. It'll be obvious to anyone with a brain that someone messed with it. Good. After all we've been through, it would be embarrassing to die from eating something you shouldn't have. Listen, I don't generally eat stuff I don't recognize, but... we're all friends here, right? Next time, maybe mix it with a little mustard root. I feel nothing. Bit of a letdown, honestly. Right. That was a fascinating bit of wasted time. Listen, we've been through a lot together, but we're definitely not just eat the possibly deadly substance because I said so, friendly. Wait, isn't proof that stuff you get by going out and actually investigating crimes? Right, okay, I can keep track of maybe one more brother. Any more than that, we, have to start over. Oh, the one that looks like they lick wet paint for a living? That one? Oh, gods, I don't know. Did he? Depends on the venom. Doesn't take much to... Oh, yeah, that was rhetorical. Then you chase him with a mouthful of vomit, I assume. Oh, come on. Even I was paying attention to that. And I was here trying to figure out how Daiko got here so fast. Probably. Well, that's all the assurance I need. Anyone have any scissors I could run with while we're at it? This guy definitely needs to learn to use his eyes as something other than tear dispensers. Right. That sounds like Peidraku to me. But you do tend to black out sometimes, so I'm not sure if I should play along or not. I'm not certain what a Tiranui is, but even I know that's not true. If I were you, I'd have had a serious talk with my brother about boundaries. No effect. Nothing. Spider bite. Easiest death in the lands to prevent. You might want to start packing. Things happen quickly when someone gets exiled. Did we do that? Right. Sounds like us. I could see why you'd think that. I mean, we are being weighed down by all these weapons and armor. Careful. Whatever killed these soldiers is probably still out there. They have the energy to argue, but not to solve problems. Reminds me of home. Please underestimate us. It makes it more fun when we prove you wrong. You'll be lucky if she leaves you with just Sokka to deal with. Svev should be the least of your worries at this point. There are dream thralls up ahead. Let's help clear them out. She clearly doesn't want to be found. But that just makes you want to look for her more, doesn't it? Everything I've ever learned tells me not to go digging through the ice to get the attention of a mad archmage. Gods, who thought the world could be this cruel? This is too much. Let's get it over with. Oh, that's a new one. We dealt with them already. Should be safe now. Get to the point! Oh, lovely. I'm sure she could use an Orlan corpse to add to her collection. Don't like it. Thought I might get used to it standing here, but nope. Can you get us through this? Oh, I'm guessing ghosts, dream thralls, maybe some kind of enormous spider. I don't know, could be wrong. Is it weird that I feel relieved that these statues are already broken? You got it. I'll make sure to roll around in the warm sun for a bit while I'm at it. This woman is going to get us all killed. Oh, good. I, for one, could use a nap. I had a feeling. Those tortured ice corpses felt like a sign saying, insane wizard ahead. Right. You can really feel his soul-wrenching terror. It's almost like being there. I'm for turning back, but I know you feel like you need to find the garden, so... You used your ancient magics to break into a library? This is the first time I've ever heard anyone describe dying as a win. And after that, no more steps. Right? The more realistic the heart, the more it gives me the freakas. No way you're going in there alone. I won't have your death on my conscience. It probably has something to do with all the body parts it's missing. Oh, you did that completely without my trust. I admit, I'm impressed. Are we actually ahead of Ludwig for once? I'm not familiar with this feeling. Oh, there is a campfire out there with my name on it. Let's go. This wizard is playing with us. If she wanted us dead, we'd be skeleton minions by now. She broke off the statue's head and hands to... What, teach us a lesson? Right. The lesson I'm learning is don't go into an archmage's domain. Period. End of lesson. That statue over there probably has some answers, but I'd be lying if I said I was eager to find out. Of course, the creepy headless statue is directly connected to our quest. Good instincts. Let's do that, so we can get on to the next thing, which I assume is a 1,000-foot drop into a sea of acid. Oh, yeah, I agree. But, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. You'd think that, yes. But that doesn't seem to be the pattern. Now I'm wondering why a statue needs power. Those stone pieces we found look like they'd fit on that statue. What should we be looking for now? Either way, I'd never want to be in his shoes. I say we split up. You all go that way, and I'll make sure the way back to the exit is clear. With her around, we're going into more creepy holes in the ground, aren't we? That stone piece we found might fit the statue. Worth a try. I'd offer advice, but once we're in there, all my experience is meaningless. No way we're getting through that without Yatsley. It's obviously not real. Just take the Audra piece already. Do they even know we're here? Anyone else feel wrong about doing this without Yatsley? You're deciding the fate of dozens, and you're asking me. I am honored, Envoy, but I am not the right one to ask. How does she make even that sound like a threat? Listen, that is not right. I'm gonna throw up. I'm not kidding. I'm going to. I suppose she knows a few things about cruelty. Right. Been waiting for you to say that. Not sure exactly what that means, but it doesn't sound good. Gods, she gives me the freakus, but she might also be right. Seems simple to me. Dream thralls in the ruins, destroy the ruins. All those dream thralls are put to rest. Well, while you were daydreaming, the Audra pillar started shaking. I figured they're not supposed to do that. Get ready for a fight. We're not getting out that easily. We have to move. Don't forget this place is lousy with dream thralls. Right. Somehow I always knew this is how I'd die. Right. Traps up ahead. As if you couldn't see them. Careful. Watch the floor. We've seen these things before. Naku to deck. Any idea what they are? I hate to say this, but we need Yatsley to get through here. Listen, I think you want Yatsley going into a place like this. I can go get her if you like. Looks like the Godless took a few with them. Right. I admit it. That was impressive. Yeah, sorry. What did you say? You want to go where? No. Not a chance. Worst idea I ever heard. Ludwig's here. Can't catch a break, can we? All that for a map? Oh, wonderful. We need a wizard. I doubt my caustic wit would do anything to that barrier. Maybe we should, think twice before bothering the obviously powerful wizard? The darts are coming more slowly. At least that's something. We're not getting through those brambles. There should be another way. Right. Adding dissolving impassable brambles to your list of odd skills. No way through there. Let's keep moving. Hopefully someone in Thirdborn knows about that barrier, because I have no idea. That's a lot of dream thralls. What's going on here? Are they ever? I've never known a spirit that wanted to help. Then again, I've never really known a spirit before either. And just as welcoming as I expected. Right. It would be great if a gang of lost spirits brought us a nice loaf of bread or something for a change. Okay. I thought I wouldn't need to warn you not to anger a god, but I see I was mistaken. Oh gods. I've never seen anything like that. It's like a giant sign that says, "Go back to camp." Nope, we are not getting through there, Envoy. Not today. Take a moment to rest up. They'll be back soon enough. Right. Let's get moving before more dream thralls show up. That's all of them, I think. I hope. Keep your eyes open in there. Feels like it's about to get weird. Go talk to your secret god, Envoy. I don't think the dream thralls will let you take your time. Quick note. It's not a great survival plan to anger people like her, if you can help it. Always better to avoid making people like her angry, if you can help it. So, do we anger the secret god or the terrifying inquisitor? Choices. You should go get Yatsley. This is the sort of Sokka she's best at. I told you we shouldn't come in here. I'm pretty sure I said that out loud. This is Yatsley's thing. Not much I can do to help. I am feeling less welcome here by the minute. Let's go get Yatsley. She'll know what to do about this. Oh no, I think we're losing her. We have to put a stop to this. Good to see things are going well. A little good news never hurts. Thanks for that. I really didn't feel like drawing a weapon at the moment. Nice to see someone walk away when they were just a few bad decisions away from getting their face beaten in. Good. I really didn't feel like drawing a weapon at the moment. If these people have their own local heroes, why are they looking at you like your face is on fire? Capo's your uncle? He's a well-known hunter. Almost as good as me. We met Capo. Hero doesn't seem like the right word. Denying the hunter his prize. Blessed a shame. Kid doesn't know what they're saying. Just let them grieve. You should have mentioned that the uncle's a dream thrall. Now they'll find out the hard way. I never like seeing a good kid getting bad news. Seems reasonable. Except for the part with the harpoons and the Leviathan dying. Regular traps I can handle. It's the ones that glow and hum that I can't deal with. No, I'm just impressed. That's a lot of rigging and precision for one crazy old man. Not much of a challenge. Your face told a different story while we were in there, Envoy. You can't trust warnings found in ruins. Most of the time they're just part of the traps. Oh, I do enjoy bleeding and rolling my ankles. So thanks for that. Oh, quite the setup down there. If I had one criticism, it would be to maybe put fewer traps. Oh, tell that to my back. I've never dodge rolled that much in my life. No one actually reads those warnings. You might as well replace them with pictures of fruit. Well, if you thought that was fun, I have some jagged flaming crevices in Galawain's tusks that you'll really enjoy. You did what you had to do to survive. Gods, I've done worse myself. Why were you hanging over the market? Looking for an extra challenge? Let the man die. Making him live with the dream scourge is far worse. Kamayu, that was blessed underhanded and you know it. You earned it, Hamaku. Interesting contraption. This whole place looks like someone had too much time on their hands. I'll act all impressed when it doesn't break and make us fall to our deaths. That boat's seen better days. Must have been destroyed during the hunt. Capo put the Leviathan's heart on a pedestal. I mean, really. I can hear the bear up above, which means this water is probably mostly bear saka. We just swam through blessed bear saka, and we have to do it again to get out? Oh, tell me again why I woke up today. The left button opened the door, but the sign said to pick the right button. Be careful. These traps can use sarcasm. Capo turned these ruins into a death trap. I'd be impressed if I wasn't so mad about it. Right, that's one too many traps. The old man's gone too far. Looks like bandits. Capo just left them here, and he didn't cover them with traps. Capo took all the glory and left his friend to rot. I wish I was more surprised. Well, isn't that interesting? Funny how he left that stuff out of the story. The one valuable thing in here and it wasn't trapped. And hey, the way out just opened. Fancy that. Anyone see anything through that grate up there? I've never met anyone who could buy traps in bulk. No way across here. Oh well, guess we better turn back. The logs are down now. Maybe we can use them to get across. Hold on a second. I'm looking for falling blocks or flame jets or maybe a giant spring that pops out of the floor. Who bars the door to a ruin? Anyone else find that odd? The note said, do not pull. That usually means, do not pull. Maybe next time we stop and read the signs. Deal? What are the chances you press the right button without reading the sign? Well, I'm guessing about 50-50. Somewhere there's a lonely gravedigger, wondering where all his corpses went. This is the place Capo mentioned. Any idea how to get inside? The envoy was just feeling poetic. I find it best to just, tune it out. Poor kid got scared and ran. Happens to the best of us. Maybe he'll make a different decision next time. Well, now they are. Asui lived long enough to tell us the truth before joining the rest of them. Sorry, I might have missed the part where we agreed to help. Hey, sure. We didn't have anything important to do today. I don't know. The Zarup seemed to have outsmarted you. We already read the journal. Sounds like the captain had her doubts about how fine everyone was. Doesn't Thirdborn have actual soldiers for stuff like that? A book. That changes everything. You Nim Dootin decided to play army heroes and got yourselves killed. That sound about right? You won't make it out of that fight alive. Think about it. Wait, we're fighting? Really? Why don't you tell him, Envoy? You have a way with bad news. I'll be preparing all my own drinks from now on, thank you very much. Wait, we're a crew? I always thought of us as more of a motley myself. I hope this all works out. It'd be nice to hear some good news for a change. What's that supposed to mean? What if you're both blades of grass? Come on, there's no way to know beforehand. He's lying, for what that's worth. We just helped the captain kill somebody. Feels great. Well, that was unexpected. We just helped him kill those people. Yeah, feels great. I've lost track of who we were poisoning. Did it work out? Is that one of the crew members? Check the body and see. That's definitely the one. We should let the captain know they're dead. You call this a house? You don't look Pargroon. You left your climbing ropes behind. boot scuffs, sweat drops. Got a piece of fingernail back there. Right. That's one thing we're undeniably good at. If I didn't know better, I'd think you wanted to be found. You might want to prepare yourself for some bad news. She didn't seem overly interested in socializing. This guy's clearly deep in his cups. Let's come back later. Don't mention it. Just maybe order an extra drink for me. We could go back to the Swordfish, see if anyone else made it back. No, but everyone else did. Koa seemed just fine. That looks like Tawe. We should check and make sure. That's Tawe. We should tell Nagunu we found him. Politics. Destroying friendships and families since the dawn of time. Oh, gods. Was that an option? All right, we're going. Maybe we should come back when the wound's a little less fresh. Right. So your captain sent us to invite you for a little reunion. If, you feel up to it. Don't stay here too long. You're gonna need those friends of yours. Is that where Nagunu told us to go? Right. Maybe we should come back later. Don't wait too long. Those drinks won't drink themselves. Is that who we're looking for? Let's check the body, to be sure. Nagunu needs to know we found him. I don't love this. Let's get it done. The envoy here died once already. We don't really have time to get into it. That's what he said. I don't know what to tell you. I can understand the need to get away. Seems like it was the right choice. It doesn't feel right. Can't put a finger on it, though. Be careful. Didn't that soldier mention a spear like this? Right. What do you need to get the mines working again? Hey, don't look at me. I'm generally against big, dangerous explosions. It wasn't what I would call a unanimous decision. Gods, regular giant spiders are deadly enough. We all know we're gonna go clear out the mines. Ugh, let's get to it. Gods, this Nimdude's planning to blow up the mine, isn't he? Let me guess, it's the steel garrote again, isn't it? You found something else to destroy. Maybe Adir could try not going around taking people's land. Just a thought. Do what you feel you have to do. Just don't come to me when everyone hates you for it. But your heart's full of Sokka. I was hoping you'd say that. Oh, that is it. This dream scourge must be stopped. I don't care what anyone says. My people know how to build a Blessed tower. Over there. Looks like a wounded person. I've never seen so many wire traps. You're gonna want to be real careful through here. Do I even need to tell you this chest is most likely trapped? This area is practically made of tripwires. I'd look for another way around. This would be an excellent place for a series of traps. Switch on the wall over there. What are the chances it disables all the traps? Right. I didn't expect that to actually work. Using dead adherents for bait. Can't say I would have made that choice myself. This looks like a staging area, which means we should be free of traps for a little while. That crane platform looks worn out. You'll need a good head of speed to get across it. Or maybe consider not doing that. There isn't a step along this whole route that seems safe. I suggest turning back. Nothing I like better than seeing a trap disarm itself. Stop. Tripwire in the gap. You'll trigger it if you're not careful. Hold on. Blind corner, long drop. If it were me, I'd put a trap right here. Wait! How did you not see the tripwire across the gap? I swear to the gods, if you so much as touch that pie, I will disavow ever having known you. Good thing we didn't have to waste a bunch of time avoiding those tripwires. Here we go. Stay alert, and don't trust anything, and we should make it through just fine. I think you're sending them more than just supplies. It's a good, strong location for a tower. A few people could fend off an army there. Whatever gives you that impression. I get the kid's anger and determination, but there's certain lines you shouldn't cross. 2 Aomawa against all those dream thralls. Gods. That's Katoa and Hayako. Definitely the ones the guy told us about. I know them. Katoa and Hayako. I bought traps from them before. They're not fond of Adir. Looks like Mowapo wasn't giving us all the details. Word'll get out that these 2 Nimduten died. It's not gonna be pretty. Who knows? Maybe those Nimduten will get a blessed clue and not get themselves killed. Well done talking them down. Thirdborn and Adir coming to blows would be a blessed disaster for both. The envoy can be reasonable from time to time. I've seen it happen. You're lucky. If you'd been an inch taller, you'd be lying in a puddle of your own blood. Something stinks here. And this time it's not me. The adherents will be on alert if they're missing people. There's more than just traps to watch out for here. You're a long way from Eagle's Reach, Hamakul. What brings you out here? Envoy, if you're falling for this, I have some land in Solace that might interest you. Gods, I feel seasick. This place gives me the freakus. It's like the corpse of a village, but with creepy voices, too. Hey, Envoy, we've got work to do here. Well, great. Dream thralls in cages. Cave decor's gotten a lot weirder the last few years. Oh, this place gives me the vrikas. It's like the corpse of a village. Ugh, I feel like they can still see me. Can we keep moving? Dream thralls in cages. Just like Razvan. Just let the poor Nimdun die in peace. We should go to the lab and get that key. Guessing this is the key to the lab. Now we're getting somewhere. Looks like they were researching spiders. Something must have gotten loose. Fire blights, screams, coming from deep inside a locked well. We're going in there, aren't we? Right. I feel like I wasn't expecting the screams to get louder when you open that well. Good. Maybe we can finally get some answers now. Maybe they can rest now. More screaming. Dream thralls ahead. Rest well, Amakul. Some people think it helps to talk about your problems. I had a feeling you might ask me that. I'm not sure I've really worked through what I've seen here, but I am grateful for the chance to see Yonku again. I feel like we're almost done with all of this, but we are in the weirdest place in the world, so who knows? Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax. I'm completely baffled, but when haven't I been lately? Being afraid doesn't even feel scary anymore. Join the club. True. Most of the weight of all this sits on you. That actually made sense to me. As if I've learned something about souls and whatnot. I'm partial to a nice bottle of Pargroon Wodak myself. I know that feeling. I hate it. I didn't know much about you at that point. You were traveling with Kai and you died, which I thought made a lot of sense. Oh, for sure. You've survived this long. You'll get us where we need to go. There isn't enough for both of us. We've already gone farther than Nandru ever did. Whew, I can't wait to see what my statue looks like. Right. Put that sentiment away before you hurt somebody. Then we'll know we all died for a good reason. That we have. Yes, please. Oh, that doesn't mean it's Giada's scary story time, does it? Get some sleep. There'll be plenty of time for sentiment and hugging later. Stay here? I mean, we are here. It's supposed to be paradise. Can't be worse than Galawain's tusks. Basically the same way you hunt a cloud panther. Become the forest. Enjoy your creepy corpse friends, or whatever. Gods, forgot about that. Should we make sure the envoy gets his haircut before he dies? Gods, I forgot about that. Should we make sure the envoy gets her haircut before she dies? Gods, I forgot about that. Should we make sure the envoy gets their haircut before they die? Get ready. Skeleton lady's up ahead. I've got this place under control. Go take that Korba down. This is it, envoy. The only part that matters. Oh, gods. We're not fighting that, are we? Right, you skeletal Korba. Beg for help from Mama. Wodaka's given up on her. Now's the time. Let's take her down. Again. Gods, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on. Go ahead. I'll hang back and watch the gate. Just go. I've got the plaza under control. That's assuming the envoy never died before here. No one can confirm one way or the other. You did. I kicked her corpse when you weren't looking. Just to be sure. You made a pact with an evil skeleton. What did you expect her to do, throw you a party? Oh, are we all supposed to spout patriotic Sokka now, or just these two? No. If you do this, you better say goodbye, envoy. I won't help you sell out my home to that Korba. The Living Lands is a lot of things, but it will never be Adir, no matter how hard Adir wants it to be. We were fine before Adir showed up, and we'll be fine when they're gone. Trust the lands and her people, envoy. We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone. Right. Might as well go ahead and start designing those rebel flags sooner rather than later. So we're going after the steel garrote now, right? Let's do it. Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury. Gods, they made the right decision for once. I guess you made your choice, huh? Good working with you, envoy. Maybe we'll share a drink sometime in the future. Right. More clueless Adirans flocking here to get themselves killed taming the Living Lands. It was our home before any of this started. So maybe send Adir home and let us live here in peace. Adir should turn back now and save everyone a bunch of blessed day trouble. That's one word for it. I'm in. Drown my sense of betrayal in a flask of Wodak. Decent enough fellow. Hope he makes it through this. Who was that again? Ha! I knew you were too tough to die. My memory isn't the best, but... Right. I'll remember. What's the plan if Paradise falls? You're being dramatic. Wanting things drives you to get those things. Trust me. I tried. The envoy didn't listen. Not much I can do. Sorry. We all have, Mator. Just to die here. Isn't that something? Something, sure. I'm starting to think that list is longer than I imagined. Oh, gods, I came here for a fight. I didn't know we were getting a dramatic reading as well. Fuitu, you do? Why? Well, that's the nicest thing she's ever said. Hey, maybe she's friendly after all. Famous last words. Right. If she starts lopping off hands, I'm just going to attack her. Sound good? This can only turn out well. There goes the element of surprise. Envoy? What's going on? Right. Makes complete sense. Except that it doesn't. If you're still... you... Thanks for everything. Nimdude. I know it sounds harsh, but that's how it has to be. Sometimes people die, no matter how much you wish otherwise. You're not doing anyone any good if you're too tired to think. Get some rest. Whew, few things deadlier than an exhausted medic. I hope we all make it through this without a scratch. Not everyone's a soldier, Envoy. You're sending them out there to die. Good. We'll need them when the time comes. Never underestimate the motivational power of sarcasm. The Envoy's been through a lot. Death, resurrection, talking with gods, that sort of thing. Last time we saw you, you were dying in a mine explosion. Wait, are we dead? Oh, no. You'll use none of that spooky soul business on me. Right. Appreciate that, but I'm all right. Yatsli? I have a question. Right. I guess I do. Mogren's breath. Please don't start thinking of ways to set off a volcano. Why are you so interested? Sometimes it's just about survival. You make different decisions when your life is on the line. I'm sorry, what madness are we planning now? Just remember to make good with your gods before you do. What are you even looking for? You? Sure. It's all the animancy I have trust problems with. Right. I knew this would come up eventually. So is finding a good pile of deer saka on a hunt. But I'm not advising you to go looking for it. To you? Sure. Haha. I'll let you know. I have a feeling you're about to do it anyway, so go ahead. Right. What? Good. It would be nice to just sit there, soaking up the sun. No worries at all. Right. I get that you're concerned, but I'm good. As long as my body's still breathing, my soul will be just fine. You're not bothering me. I mean, we're friends, after all. Too late. We heard everything. Sounds like a good way to get stuck in one place to me. Right. Necromancy is your plan? Nope. Necromancy it is then, I guess. My soul just wants to be left alone in silence for once. Right. Nothing goes away on its own. Not even snag itch. Right, I refuse to even entertain the idea of a skull floating around casting spells and eating nuts. Right. That sounds wonderful. What's that? Zarbs probably stow away on merchant ships or ride on the back of dragons or something like that. I'm pretty sure you're overthinking it. Right. Well, I just... with your family and all that, I was thinking just that I feel like I can relate is all. Figured out what? I generally eat 5 meals a day. Seeds and roughage, but I guess grief comes along now and again. Anyway, I guess I understand what you feel. And it's a blessed tragedy. That's all I wanted to say. Right. Me too. Oh, that's simple. Once I saw a green spectral woman floating over a pile of decaying leaves. Big hair like her head was on fire. Nature usually tells us to stay out, but with fewer words, and we never listen. Then again, it might have been a hallucination from some bad toadcap tea I got from an old lady in the forest. Right, just because it never really happened doesn't mean it's any less true, you sock-a-supped root weasel. At least someone here knows how to appreciate a little entertainment. Oh, good blessed question. Even better, you'll probably be a ghost someday. The root hog ribs there were fantastic. It's like rats. You see them everywhere too, but they don't have their own navy either. Right. I think you lost me a while back there. Oh, I seem to remember you coming over and saying, "Hey Marius, can we talk?" Right. And feel free to start over from the beginning. I promise to listen this time. No point. You two are incredibly loud when you're gossiping. Well, that was hard to watch. You okay? So those green people in the garden, those weren't your parents? And they were plants because... Right, I understand. Good, because I really don't. It won't be easy, but you have to let yourself feel it. All of it. Even the parts that hurt like a blessed saltfly bite. Wait, what? Oh, Giada, your weird device thing was making a noise last night. It was this high-pitched buzzing sound. Right. What? I'm sorry, I didn't. All there is to know. What bit you? Listen to me, this is very important. Was its head flat or round? Okay. After it bit you, did it hold on or let go? You're in luck. That's an onlooker worm snake. Harmless, though legend says they're emissaries of WoW. Well, the venom won't kill you, but you'll have some interesting nightmares. Don't mention it. Right. You're gonna have to explain that one. That can't be true. Then why did you tell us all that? God, it's like you want my face to melt off. Early on, I learned from a warden named Ilinka. After that, I learned a lot from just going out and surviving on my own. If you know what you're doing, it's not really that hard. Not sure I get what you mean. Right, that's me, Marius, king of the grasslands. Oh no, absolutely not. Gods no. I actually need to get some rest tonight. I'd rather not spend the whole night screaming in my sleep. Odd fighting alongside the militia, but it feels right. Like we're fighting for the survival of the lands. Right, that's me. And the first rule of camp is never listen to Kai. He's a blessed Nimdude of the highest order. Right. Did someone eat my special cheese? Well, someone ate it. The sooner they confess, the sooner we can move past it. Right. I thought this might happen, which is why I took the liberty of going through Kai's pockets. Guess what I found? Crumbs. Cheese crumbs. It was medicinal cheese for my stomach, and someone ate it. That cheese was aged 10 years in a seaside cave. The next time you're peckish, ask and I'll get you something fresher. Oh, I know, Giada. I know. What do you need? Too many. Why? That's because he doesn't. He acts like he's a wild Stelgar, without a care in the world. But I guarantee you that wild mare story's a load of Saka. Oh, no. Now that you mention it, I think that one part was a little bit true. What? Why are we talking about this? Dropping grain in your campfire doesn't make bread happen. I don't know. Maybe it came about over centuries of messing around with different mixtures and cooking techniques. Oh, nothing's wrong. I just want to know how you handle the traps in Godless Ruins so easily. Right. Maybe you can save me some cut fur and hand me a few pointers sometime. Gods, I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Right. Did you somehow not see the thick stripe across my eyes? I left everyone I knew when I left. Thanks for mentioning it. I left Solace. I didn't expect him to throw me a blessed day party. No, I learned that on my own. Fury and root hog ribs. I might. I'm not drinking anything. This might sound weird, but can I have some of your fur? 1,000 times. Why? Probably. Why? You looking to pick up the craft? Why would you have to give them away? Yatsley, why did I wake up to smell perfume in my bedroll this morning? What makes you say that? Well, I might have put a bit of that perfume you gave me in my pits. Just a bit. Not irritated. No. I just wanted to keep the animals away. Spraying strong perfume on my stuff isn't subtle. No one else has complained about my smell. Right. That won't be necessary. Solace taught me a lot. But I picked up most of my skills just surviving on my own. Spent a lot of time just trying to not be in Solace. Once I left, it just seemed like the right thing to do. A lot of people need help to survive out here. More than one. I know plenty of people who have seen a Balrog. Maybe you just need more friends. Okay, I need to get some sleep. Once. You're talking about the ragfish stew, right? That stuff would peel the bark off a tree. I had a buttermilk biscuit there once. Spent the next week in the privy. Designs? This is for camouflage. It has a vital role in surviving the wilds. Right. I'll do that. Just maybe don't wait for me, though, okay? They're all special. That's the whole point of friends. I love them all. They were like family to me. Me. Mess with you. Not blessed likely. Best of luck to you. I think I could use it as insulation. Right. Well, sorry I asked. What else would I do? I'm not really good at anything else. Right. I don't need to know the details. Poor guy. Not sure I'd wish that on my worst enemy, but I'll let you know. Solace is more marching band than orchestra. I just like the sound of it. It's calming. Right. Did you ask about the flute just to talk about my fingering? Why? Why do you need to know? Is one of the options because it's delicious? Just wear clothes that won't be ruined by dust stains. Right. Grind up some bone slate, squeeze a few hemp flowers into it, and rub it into the stain like you're trying to start a fire. What did my answer tell you? Wow. It's like you're a cipher or something. Right. No thanks. I'm fine. Gods. Listen, I'm having a rough day and my porridge isn't sitting very well. Maybe I'll ask you for some ice later. Not sure I call throwing a fish in a hole and leaving it there to rot for months a creative way to cook. Ominous portents of doom. Need more of those for sure. It's never easy leaving home behind. I'm sorry, Giada. They'll be better off there. Safest place in the lands. Assuming they don't cause any trouble. Thirdborn's a rough town, but it's not all bad. Assuming they're willing to pull their weight. All I'm saying is I'm ready to fight, but I'm not thrilled about it. I swore I'd try to keep the envoy alive. That doesn't change just because I think he's making a huge mistake. I swore I'd try to keep the envoy alive. That doesn't change just because I think she's making a huge mistake. I swore I'd try to keep the envoy alive. That doesn't change just because I think they're making a huge mistake. Oh, gods. Anyone else finding it hard to breathe? Never thought I'd be going back to Galawain's tusks. Could you possibly chew any louder? You might want to consider not washing your clothes in sapflower oil. By the way, I never met that Orlin girl before in my life. What are you grinning about? You should keep an eye on that scrape on your arm. You don't want it to get infected. Listen, Kai, I need you to stalk like a cat, not stomp around like a Balrog. Hey, I wanted to say that I'm sorry to hear about the whole Tama thing. I wanted to thank you. You've been a really good friend to me, and I appreciate it. I have something I want you to drink. So, animancy, huh? Hey, sorry about your parents, you know. I was wondering, what do souls feel like? I doubt my soul is worth much to an animancer. You know, people don't think steam thistle has any medicinal properties. I met this animancer one time. You might know him, Giada. Do you know if there's an animancy treatment or whatever that might help someone forget things? You know what I miss? Flashberries. What's that fragrance you're wearing? Mother's tongue is the best treatment for snag itch, if you ask me. So, come to Shatterscarp often? Going diving into ancient ruins doesn't make much sense to me. Yonatan. I met this hunter from Thirdborn. Petrick Petenrick? I don't think I could do what you do. Too many unknowns. What's that you're drinking? So, do the godless ever write anything about waking nightmares? Ever heard of Empress's Eye? I swore to keep the envoy alive, and that's what I'll do. I just wish he wasn't so blessed excited to get himself killed. I swore to keep the envoy alive, and that's what I'll do. I just wish she wasn't so blessed excited to get herself killed. I swore to keep the envoy alive, and that's what I'll do. I just wish they weren't so blessed excited to get themselves killed. Look, I don't give a skiff of Sokka for politics. Doesn't make a ton of difference what flag they fly over Paradise. But Adir, that's something different. That's not politics. It's inviting a predator to dinner and hoping they like the salad. I'm alright. Good to see an old friend, you know? Well, obviously it wasn't my favorite thing, but... How did we get on this topic? I thought we were talking about pancakes. I'm holding on. It got pretty intense back there. Thanks. Didn't feel like strength at the time. I'm not the only one here who has sad parent stories. Giada's folks turned into plants. It does feel good knowing Razvan isn't still out there. Weight off my mind. Right, I'm fine. Let's just leave it there. Not sure what to say. That was my home, but I left there for a reason. Part of me thinks it was about time those walls fell. The mere thought of going there paralyzed me. I thought I was gonna die. I don't feel a ton of squishy feelings for Solace. I don't know. Take Fior. An invading army destroyed Fior. An actual blessed tragedy. After centuries of isolation and obsessing over tradition, they might have deserved to be destroyed from within. I guess the authority goes to whoever's willing to take it. Tradition can go suck Sokka. Never really did anyone much good. Right. I'm alright. It's like I'm being chased by something I can't see. It was a whole lot of exactly what I expected, honestly. It's all processes and traditions and arguments over texts written by non-Jews centuries ago. Do I look like a new-Sunded politician? There's a reason I spend most of my time as far from civilization as possible. Think whatever you want. I just don't. Right. Can we talk about something else? Kai's still wearing socks from last week. Let's discuss. Nimdude, you'll have every dream thrall in the scarp after us. Well, just keep it down. I can't hear myself think. No, it's fine. If you feel the need to wash your clothes, go right ahead. Just use something else. Right, so I smell like the wilderness. You people stand out like a tree rat in heat. You've been complaining about the flies, though. They're attracted to the scent of sap flowers. Well, don't get used to it. You remember. The one in the camp in Shadow Peaks? With the thing on her head? You thought we had a past or something. But I'd never seen her before in my life. Well, anyway, just wanted to clear that up. Yeah, a good talk. Right. Well, stop it. See? You're doing it now. Oh, gods. I'm just making it worse. That's the worst kind of flesh wounds. Lots of open skin contact. Snap flies like the peeled skin. Fog mites love the blood. I have some tanglewort in my pack. That should clear it right up. You can thank me later. That's what I'm here for. Right, and I got cooking lessons in Solace, but you don't see me making beetle mash every night for dinner. The bears out here can hear a snapfly dropping sokka from across the stair. You don't want to get eaten, you need to walk softly. That is different. Bear's natural prey doesn't tend to play flutes. I've had this flute for years, and I have yet to be killed by a bear. Doesn't ring a bell, but I suggest reading it when you get a chance. It's rude not to read a book given as a gift. I'm just saying maybe someone gave you that for a reason. I've noticed that camp supplies don't generally clean themselves. The wilderness doesn't generally smell like boiled hardtack or peppered lithbark stew. Well, I certainly wouldn't know, because I didn't give you that book. I've left people behind before, but it's different when you lose someone unexpectedly. So, sorry. I guess I did. I don't remember it really, but... Right, this isn't about me. Anyway, I'm here if you need to talk, or if you don't, or whatever. Don't mention it. Seriously. I can only handle being sincere with one person at a time. Running into Yonku reminded me that I did have friends in Solace. And when I left, I more or less lost them. Since then, I lost track of how lonely I was getting. Then, you and the envoy showed up. Seriously, though, you treated me like kith, not like an exile or a drunken loss of a person. I needed that more than I knew. Oh, and if you tell anyone I said that, I'll put a twig viper in your bedroll. Boiled stainwood bark and wasp apple juice. Does wonders for the digestion. Right. No, you're right. It's probably some other offensive smell coming from something else. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Just drink the stuff. I made enough for the week. Right. Yatsley was asking if there were earthquakes earlier today. I figured you'd rather get through this sooner rather than later. Sounds interesting. I mean, the souls and whatnot. No, just, talking. Right. Good talk. Good talk. It's not easy, but you get used to it after a while. No, I mean, not really. I've left people behind, though, and it was difficult. Right. I guess it's pretty similar. I guess a lot of people outlive their parents. I mean, do you touch them when you're doing animancy? Are they hot or cold? Is it like a cloud or like a beam of light? I think that makes sense. Right. I think I'll just stick with hunting bears for now. It's just that I'm not what I'd call strong-willed. I'm tense all the time, and just not easy to be around sometimes. Thank you. I needed that. But if you grind it up and add some clean water, it's decent at protecting your skin from the sun. It also doesn't taste half bad on bread. If you don't mind picking out all the little pricklers. Wait, did you ask about that, or was it Kai? Never mind. Carry on. Tall guy, beard, spectacles, hair. Had this thing around his neck. Gold, I think. Hummed a lot. Had this nasally voice, like, "Oh, please, don't touch that machine. It's worth more than you are." No, that's not it. I guess you didn't know him. Well, I mean, there's a lot going on in my head these days. Sometimes I wouldn't mind forgetting some of it. It never works. It never washes out the really bad stuff. Right. I thought you might say that. Oh well. At the rate we're going, a few more good knocks to the head ought to fix it. Ooh, sweet and a little tangy, with a nice snap when you bite down. Huh. A little spicy burn if you leave the seeds in. My guess is most of the vines were destroyed in the fires. I'll have to get some more of those next time I'm in the stair. I knew I liked you. I just never knew why until this very moment. If Ludwig killed all the flashberries, I will be very angry with her. Oh, don't get me wrong. I like it fine. But I think it's attracting spiteflies. No. It's fine. I can handle a few spiteflies. Just letting you know. Yeah, you may laugh. But you wait until you're overcome with snag itch and you're in dire need of mother's tongue. Right. Well, I do carry it in my pack, but sure. Get snag itch. See if I care. No. I'm just making conversation. I mean, whoa, slow down. I was literally just trying to fill the silence. Listen, not that let's not. You're going into some of the most deadly places in the lands. On purpose. Right. But I'm there to keep people from making stupid mistakes, like diving into ancient ruins on purpose. No one has to. If people were meant to go there, there'd still be people there. I mean, I swear to the Ascendant Gods, you're about as hard to read as a Valian romance novel. Right, we're done here. I'll be over there doing something else. Huh? You sneezed. Yanatot. How should I know? Right. Just be careful. There's something going around the camp. I think Kai caught some kind of... say again? You mean Yanatot. Lanatot means something else. It's someone who enjoys special time by themselves. Intimately. Right. I'm gonna sit here quietly now. That's him. Couldn't trap himself out of a cloth sack, but he was a good tracker. Wasn't much of a singer either. Phew, big mistake. A man like him isn't cut out for that sort of life. Well, Ianatot to him, I guess. But you can't prepare for what you can't predict. You get bit by a root viper, I have an antidote. But in those ruins, anything could happen. It's just not possible to be ready for everything. I'd drive myself to Vinta trying to cover anything that could happen. Gives me the vreekas just thinking about it. I've never smelled anything quite like it. Another time. I'll just sit here and enjoy the scent, if you don't mind. Oh, interesting. I suppose that's a good skill to master. Right. Well, the best thing to do would be to read it. See what it's all about. No, I think everything's out in the open. Why? Oh, no. It's about maintaining stealth in a wilderness environment. Gods, what did you think it was about? Not at all. If I had a problem with you, you'd know it. Trust me. Right. It grows in ditches in Emerald Stair, even now. Very resilient, as long as it gets even a little water. If you crush the flower pods and add lemon juice and a little water, it makes a paste that would be great for dyeing your hair. It makes it kind of bluish purple, with a little bit of shimmer to it. Looks good. It's also good for getting creek beetle dung out of leather, too. For what it's worth. I'll just be walking, and suddenly I'm afraid. I don't know why, and I don't know what I'm afraid of. I wondered if the godless said anything about it, and if maybe they knew of something that would fix it. Right. I suppose it'd be too blessed convenient if there was a root I could smash or a mushroom I could eat. Thanks. That helps. Gods. I'm the last person I'd want to be chased by. Right. Thanks for that. Never will be, either. It's not the ships I'm worried about. It's the swords. Don't get too comfortable in that soft bed, Amakul. There'll always be someone to pull you out of it. Until they decide they need to conquer our way of life. Okay, Amakul. I'll keep that in mind. Right. As we were saying. That weapon's not gonna cut it! You need a better weapon! Time for a new weapon! Your armor isn't helping! You need better armor! Time for new armor! Gods, help! I'm done! This is it for me! You're not looking good. Heal yourself! Don't die! Ouch! You alright? Oh, that hurt. Let's go! Here we go! Arms up! Let's get 'em! Take him down. Let's do this. I'm losing it. Can't do this much longer. I'm about done. I owe you one. Thanks. Appreciate it. Be right with you. Fire! Hold it. Stay. Quit moving. Gotcha. I have the shot. Watch this. Taking the shot. I've got a shot. Be seeing ya. Back in a bit. Bye. See ya. Got something. There's something here. One moment. Something nearby. Quiet, Nimdut. Keep quiet. Shh. Right behind you. Got it, Envoy. Sure. Right. You got it. Not happening. Can't do it. Try again? No, sorry. Can't. Can't get there. You want me to go where? Don't think so. Give me a moment. Need some time. Not now. In a minute. I need more time. Can't right now. Just a moment. Need to focus. Don't see anything. Nothing there. You sure? I can't see it. Try again. What? Where? I don't see it. Where am I looking? Need a minute. As soon as I can. Give me a moment. Hold on. Not now. Not yet. Just wait. Need more time. Oh, I'm almost done here. Not looking good. I think I'm dying. Not feeling great. Don't have much time. Bullseye. Got another one. Down they go. Got one. Stay down. Another one. Oh, you see that? Jatule. Right in the blind spot. Never saw it coming. Like a jungle cat. Like a shadow. Well done. Nice. Good work. Nice job. Envoy, behind you. Watch your back. Turn around. Look behind you. Look to your left. On your left. To your left. Look left. Coming from the right. On your right. To the right. Envoy, on your right. Look right. They're on your right. Envoy, look right. Eyes right. Left. 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 Envoy, look left. Envoy, to your left. They're behind you. Turn around. Behind you. On your rear. That's all of them. We got them all. That it. Take a moment, people. Glad we got out of there. That was too close. Had another round in me. Right. Let's regroup. Oh, it burns. Put it out. Put it out. Glad that's over. Everybody all right? Nice job, everyone. I think I sprained my shoulder. Well, that was fun. Nice work. Any fight you can walk away from. Wasn't sure we'd make it. Running away. Good call. Better to run while we're still standing. Duke de Dragu, that was close. I think I left my dignity back there. Take 'em down. Watch yourselves. Here they come. Come and get me. I'll take the ugly one. Get 'em. Let's get this over with. Put 'em down. Elevator's out. Look for a generator or something. That answers a lot of questions, honestly. Guessing she's not much of a hunter. Might want to get extra rations next time we go shopping. Sounds good. I need to do some hunting anyway. Okay, walking into the basement of an animancer I just met. Right, feels great. I'm sure everything's fine. It's just a spooky death basement. Why start now? People are too quick to risk everything for an ideal. I'm sorry it didn't work out for your family. Guess I'm hunting for 4 now. How do you feel about root hogs? I'm sure someone made it. They can't have killed everyone. I smell fire, but it looks like it could be worse. One can hope. You'll be all right. My advice, find a good tavern and learn how to prepare squirrel over an open flame. Hadn't heard all that before. Probably a lesson or two in there. No, you pretty much got it right. Right. The farther we get from this place, the better. Why would you be in the bathhouse? You're good with the animancy stuff. You should keep, doing that. Never thought I'd suggest moving back to a place that sent you away, but things have changed. The clinic will be lucky to have you. Leaving your life behind is terrifying. But if anyone can survive it, it's you. How is this not the strangest thing that has happened today? Well, that was 4 questions, but sure. If you ask me, looks like it's from the ancient Pedraku period. Let's keep moving. This one makes my neck itch. You were determined to get us all killed, aren't you? Gods! Warn somebody next time. Anxiety? Annoyance? Maybe a little bit of, burnt hair smell? Right. That's a polite way of putting it. Oh, you're back. I made sure she didn't touch anything important. Maybe we shouldn't try again with the unreliable soul-powered device. You're just making up words now. I know it. Really. I'm the first person you ask about the possibility of a secret god taking up space in your head. Ugh, sure, why not? I've got extra rations. This godlike Sokka's out of my depth. Call me when you need to clean a rabbit. Wasn't much here for me to begin with. We found a way out while you were sleeping. Looks like a shortcut to the surface. Doesn't sound like something I'd want to mess with. Right. If you need some salve for that, envoy, I have some in my pack. This is you, having figured yourself out. Haha. You're the only one I know who can sew for an hour and wind up with a bigger hole than you started with. I'll let you know if I think of one. Right. Sounds like Pargroon and elsewhere know better than to stay cooped up in a keep somewhere. Don't fall for that. He'll hustle you out of your last coin. I'm sure you'll be fine. Nice handiwork. We should probably show this to Kai. A Rawatayan badge. Kai might want to see this. Show Kai that carving we found. Not every soldier gets a monument like this. They must have been highly respected. She has more clarity than you have now. Kai hinting? Believe me, that Nim dude isn't subtle. You must have a death wish. Oh, the Living Lands definitely hates us. It's why people like me even get work. Is that what it is? That wasn't even on my list. Kai's always doing things to help others, no matter the cost. It's going to get him killed one day. That Adiran spy mentioned a steel garrote operation, too. Kai means that no matter what they do, your reputation will take a hit. Though, he could have just said that. Agreed. Sometimes that just makes it easier. Right. Wait, what did you think I was talking about? Can we just talk about something else? Ugh, what kind of Korba would do something like that? Exactly. Other people. People who are a safe distance away. No offense. I did tell you that, didn't I? Must have been drunk. You're not alone. A lot of people in Solace would agree with you. It's about the walls, really. Big, massive, ancient walls. Right. Our sacred duty. To talk nicely about the garden once in a while and spend the rest of our time bickering among ourselves. If you can't make it in Paradise, you haven't got a chance of surviving the lands. Or more likely, the lands leaves its mark on them. Since when? You always hope it won't come to that. This wasn't your fault. They just weren't ready. You smell like him, too. That cartographer mentioned this spot in their letter. Let's take a look around. This must be near the spot that cartographer mentioned. If we're near Solace, that cartographer should be close, shouldn't they? Whoever left this camp behind also left a message. Well, that's a blessed day shame. What do you need? If I must. Not before I've done some reading. You too. Thanks for talking. Until next time. Pleasant dreams. I suppose I have a moment. You look like there's something on your mind. I have time for a chat. Nothing like a little downtime. Ask away. Yes, I did. And the less we talk about that, the better. Thank you. Not everyone accepts that some things are best left in the past. No, I really don't. Now, we just met, Envoy, and I'm here to do a job. Maybe we'll be best of friends someday, but this isn't that day. I see. Let's lay this out, Envoy. Best we just keep things professional. I can tell you've got survival training of your own. I don't need to know if you loved your daddy or not. I don't need to know how many men you've killed to know you're more than capable in battle. I'm here to do a job. I don't need to know what color purple your silk jammies were when you were a child. I won't ask what herbs you ingest before the gods start talking to you, and you don't ask me questions about my past. Let's lay this out, Envoy. How about this? You don't worry about my life story, and I won't roll my eyes every time you start talking about souls. All right. Can't say you'll get a different answer, though. We agree on the unnecessary part. Oh, gods. It's like my first week working with Kai. All over again. Well, I'm one of the very few people who spends most of their time out in the wilds and haven't gotten themselves killed yet. I know the difference between hay bleed toxin and high tox bloom, which is something you should be really thankful for. And you know the Balrog and the grinning Balrog? No, but I am one of the few who have seen a Balrog and lived. Mostly because I had the brains to run the Dragu out of there. Probably the meanest living thing out in the wilds. Just as soon tear you apart as look at you. Oh, we've got a real Kamayu here. Wonderful. Well, it doesn't matter. I am one of the few who have seen a Balrog and lived. Mostly because I had the brains to run the Dragu out of there. The key is survival. I understand that, and a lot of people don't. And that's why they're dead, and I'm still here. We're gonna get you where you're going, Envoy. Alive and with as few blithe tail bites as possible. That, more or less, is all you need to know about me. Oh? Do tell. Right, thinking about Solace will do that to you. It's not something I like talking about, really. Honestly, I prefer leaving the past in the past. We've already talked about this. I hope this isn't going to be a problem. Listen, I'm sure it'll come up one day. You've definitely got more important things to worry about until then. Good. Right. Well, until then, let's just keep things professional. That much is obvious. I'm not that interesting, and I really don't like talking about the past. Let's worry about keeping you alive for now. Good? No, I didn't poison that drink. Even the rankest Nimdude walking doesn't deserve that kind of death. They clearly heard about my reputation and thought I'd do something like that. The question is, why would he drink from that cup? Right. Why do they do what they do? The mystery of the baby wit in its natural habitat. Right. There's the lesson for you. Never be too thirsty. Yes, wanted to be the big man. Pride is one of the best ways to deliver poison. Well, that much is obvious. If he was a real hunter, he'd have studied his target and known what I was capable of. Lucky for me, he was just a tourist in need of a good reminder. More often than you think. Someone's always trying to get a reputation by going after people who have one. Turns out those of us who have a reputation sometimes came by it honestly. Oh, you do you? Of course, assuming you're ready to pay Blessed attention. I'm impressed with what you already know. Still, never hurts to know more. So, what do you want to learn? Right. A lot of that is physical control of your movements. The rest of it is simply knowing where to step. Now let's begin. Right. People think survival is about knowing what to eat and where to drop your sokka. But there's more than that. I can help you with that. This is gonna be fun. You want to know everything? Right. You came to the right person. It's good to know things, but you need to be physically fit. So we're gonna stretch your limbs and get those joints moving. And here I was all excited. Let me know when you're ready. You've done all right out here, but there's always more to know if you want to survive. I'll show you what I can, but you'll have to do stretches in the mornings, preferably where Yatsley can't see you. You'll have to learn to withstand pain, resist poison, and laugh at discomfort. And then we're gonna give you little bites of bad berries. Maybe send you on a long run. You're gonna be as fit as an ox. Oh, good. Let's have it. What is there to know? Isolated keep full of Pargrunan wardens who patrol Galawain's tusks and argue about history, because it's not that interesting really, and knowing about it won't keep you alive, and I don't like talking about it. You're paying me to keep you alive, not to open up. In fact, you're not paying me at all. I left there 2 years ago and haven't thought much about it since. I doubt you'll ever have to go there anyway. Right, you figured it out. I guess I'm not as subtle as I thought. Oh, is that what you get from this? Well done, Inspector. You got your man. So why pry? Wouldn't you rather your wilderness guide be happy and unburdened by thoughts of his past? Ha! Not without a sharp blade or a barrel of Wodak, you won't. I appreciate that, envoy. So let's just keep things professional and keep your guide happy and unburdened by thoughts of his past. I think there was a period of 3 days when I was in training, but I might have dreamt it. I remember sleeping a lot. Maybe, maybe not. Isn't it enough that I'd rather not talk about it? When I was a child in Solace, a warden named Alinka taught me the basics. What berries to eat, how to build a shelter, and so on. Later, I started going out on patrols, just to get experience in the wilds. By the time I was 15, I was going out on my own. I was usually part of a small patrol, maybe 4 wardens. We'd travel the roads in Galawain's tusks, and I was in charge of camp. We'd make sure the Zaryps weren't getting restless, the roads were clear of bandits, and the lava flows weren't flooding. No, she died on patrol in the Ash Forest several years back. By then, we already hadn't been speaking for years. We had a falling out over me sneaking out of the keep a few times when I was 17. Well, the few times she knew about. It was, but it wasn't. I felt more at home in the wilds than I did in Solace, even as a kid. Even in the tusks. Turns out I was just good at surviving on my own. So I kept doing it, and I kept getting better at it. Well, I suppose so. Well, good. Maybe show your appreciation by making sure Kai hangs his wet socks away from my tent. Right, changing the subject? Fine. You've been patient enough, I suppose. Everyone knows everyone else. No privacy, no silence, no time to yourself. Right. Solace isn't an easy place to live. The food is stale and meager. The water tastes like steel and old meat. I'm a wilderness expert. I can get privacy whenever I want it. You understand. Good. That's what Kai said. Solace is a walled keep in the harshest region of the lands. Isolated is an understatement. Honestly, all that was fine. But there was a peculiar kind of silence I didn't love. Nimdut, I was being dramatic. You should be a sharpshooter. You keep hitting the target. As a matter of fact, no, they didn't. I have only the faintest memories of my parents, which was fine. I had friends and mentors and trainers and elders. When I asked about my real parents, though, they just told me I was safe now, and that the wardens were my family. When I asked for more, they changed the subject, like I wasn't worthy of a backstory. Not as sorry as I am. I'm from Solace, for whatever that's worth. My oldest memories are of Solace. My oldest friend is from there. Where else would I be from? I'm sure as Sokka, not from Adir. I mean, I know the important part. Maybe. Maybe not. I've learned to stop worrying about it. Right. You asked. You understand. I guess family's great if you have it, but you can learn to survive without it. Let's get started. I never knew if my parents were alive or dead. I like to assume that they had died fighting some giant monster in the tusks, but no one would say. That amulet brought back more memories of my parents than I ever had before. No one wanted to tell me anything. I don't remember them enough to miss them. It felt weird not having them, but there was just nothing there. Oh, you noticed. I don't know. I've heard stories all my life about the gods and magic, and they never seem to do any good for anyone. Right, sure. But from what I've seen, it mostly causes problems. Magic gives a lot of power to some people and leaves others helpless. And animancy, don't get me started on messing with other people's souls. That's just not right. Understood. But I don't have to go around acting like they have my best interests at heart. I'm sure they've done good things and bad. I just don't think they care one way or another what I want or need. I'm sure they do. You know better, though, I'd wager. It's just Pargrunan wilderness lore, developed over the centuries in Solace. Tricks, traps, gadgets, nothing more. But hey, if people want to think it's magic, then go ahead. I'm not going to bend over backward just to seem internally consistent. Almost all of them. Andra pulling down the moon to destroy civilization, the Godhammer bomb, all that stuff down in the Deadfire. No one as fickle as those gods seem to be should ever be put in charge of reincarnation, I tell you that. Basically, the goddess Andra wanted a civilization dead, so she pulled down the moon to do it. They say Abidan shattered the moon to save the people, and then threw himself in the way of the largest shard. And for his interference, Andra built Abidan a statue as a tribute. Makes no sense at all. Somebody who was a prophet of Aethys decided to start a holy war. To stop him, his enemies built a giant bomb that could kill a god. Stories say the goddess Magrin helped them build it. Sounds about right to me. Anyway, the bomb went off and killed a lot of people. People who wouldn't have died if gods hadn't decided to bicker about. I don't know how you missed it. The god Aethys woke up one day and decided to stomp his way across the world. Imagine, an enormous, unstoppable statue destroying everything in sight. I heard he wanted to destroy the wheel and end reincarnation forever. I wasn't there, but it all happened just a few years ago. Strange you hadn't heard of it. Right. More trouble than they're worth, if you ask me. Yes. Agree to disagree. Spoken like a true envoy. Well, you asked, I answered. Feel free to cast all the spells and cry out to whatever gods you like. I won't stop you. Feel free to cast all the spells and cry out to whatever gods you like. I won't stop you. Just don't expect me to join in. Same one you are. What kind of blessed question is that? Oh, I see. I sometimes use Lember without really thinking about it. That's what you mean, right? Right. I hear Pargrunen all over the world speak it. I only know what I learned in Solace. Oh, does it? Well, obviously that's why I do it. I barely realize I'm doing it anymore. If you want to learn Lember, you'll have to spend time in Solace. And that's not going to happen anytime blessed soon. Right. Something like that. Because Solace doesn't love outsiders. I can't be more plain than that. Fine. How about Adriga Ivuli Tola Jetule? I'm sure you'll pick it up as we travel. It's not that blessed difficult. Ooh, you are too smart for me. Just having a little fun. Who are you calling Jetule, Nimdut? Sorry, Envoy. Just having a little fun. It means mind your own business, with a bit of a spicy word at the end. It's a trap for folks from outside. Nothing gets past you, does it? I couldn't stop if I tried. Lember is the language spoken in Solace, though everyone knows Adiran because it's a common tongue. You don't hear Lember much in the rest of the lands. Makes it easy to see which of us are from Solace and which aren't. And here I thought I was being subtle. I used to have a pretty thick Solace accent, but I left Solace a few years back and I've lost it since. Thanks. I thought so. Right. I'll take that under advisement. It's not that strange. I've met a lot of dwarves with different accents. It's not hard if you try. I spend most of my time here looking for work, so naturally I took on this accent. Yes, let's. They never really understood me to begin with. So, no, not really. That's because I did. I don't live there anymore, and I need to communicate to people here. That's all there is to it. Right. The accent's the least of it. Leaving home was weird enough. Listen, this is getting into a whole long story that I'd rather not talk about right now. Fair? Good. Thanks. I promise you, I am not doing it on purpose. I appreciate that. And I guess you'll get your chance for that soon enough. That makes one of us. You've seen what it's like there. I wouldn't count on getting any special instruction. Right. That about does it. You're a quick study. At least now I don't have to worry about you so much out there. I can spend my time watching over Kai and Yatsley. Teaching is its own reward, I guess. Companions? It's just Kai, isn't it? Right. I'm sure you'll find it absolutely gripping. Let's make sure they're not listening. We already talked about Kai, so I assume you're asking about the new girl. Go ahead. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. The only one we haven't talked about is Yatsley. We already talked about Kai. Did you want to know about Giada or Yatsley? You already asked about Giada, so you probably want to talk about Kai or Yatsley. Who do you want to talk about? I don't know. Things have changed a bit, I guess. Right. Yes, I do. Real strong Blessed Day opinions. As you know, Kai and I have worked together in the past. Giada's a mystery to me. Animancers give me the Vrikas, and for good reason. It's a Blessed Day miracle he never got me killed. Honestly, he's a good guy. A bit too quick to ask questions for my taste, but Kai's good enough. Tell him I said that I'll cut a hole in your water skins. Right. Figured as much. Most of them would just as soon turn your soul into jewelry as look at you. Giada seems different. She's smart, thoughtful, and she's got a spine, too. You can tell when someone needs extra help out here, and she doesn't. So, yeah, I don't understand her, but I guess I don't have to, really. I don't trust her any further than I could throw her, which honestly isn't that far. She actually goes down into these ruins on purpose, just to, see what's down there, I guess? And now she's trying to lead us to the garden. Might as well be searching for WoW's wacky wagon of mysteries. Nah, I'm sure she knows what she's doing, but what if she doesn't? She's not so bad. I mean, she's loud and impulsive and always trying to get herself killed, and she keeps saying things to get a rise out of me, Envoy. But joke's on her. No one's gotten a rise out of me in years. But other than that, we can get along. She can be sweet, too, when she's not introducing me to a new word for my oak and acorns. I'd just tell you what I told you last time you asked me that. Nothing has changed since then. Right. Give me a minute. There's a lot going on right now. Right. Sounds simple when you say it like that. Maybe a little. Growing up, I heard stories of a garden in the center of the living lands. I thought they were just stories. No one living had ever gone there, but we were just supposed to protect it. It's a place of great beauty and power. They say no one can get there, that it's the spiritual center of the lands, the kind of place you surround with an acid sea and do not leave maps lying around pointing out how to get there. No idea. The sea of acid surrounding it seems like a lot of protection to me. Fior Messiverno, huh? Guess if you're looking for an animancer, that's the place to go. Well, that was interesting, right? The woman arguing about the crops failing? Let's just keep moving. This place creeps me out. It's clear that no matter what happened, these people couldn't stay in Fior. No, none more than usual. Both settlements are survivors. They just use different methods. Don't spend much time worrying about animancy myself. Never really needed it. I suppose rations and the occasional small game isn't enough for you. Maybe I'll stop taking Kai on hunts. We'll get a lot more meat without him trying to, help. They're not just thick. They're nigh impenetrable. And there's a distinct feeling that they want you dead. Nothing we can't get through. But you'll be glad you brought me along. I don't know about all that. They decided to settle in a hostile forest and use animancy to conquer it. We might get there and find that these people aren't as ready and willing to help you as you hope they are. Right. What's on your mind? Take everything you know about forests and make it 100 times more aggressive. I've led a few people there from Paradise or Thirdborn, and I've almost lost someone on every trip. I said almost. A job is a job, Envoy. But not all places are created equal. Right. Where we're going, we'll need all the tools we can get. That's fair. Got nothing against him, really. Anyone who can survive and thrive in Emerald Stair has earned some respect. He's passable. I just wish he wasn't always crunching things underfoot. It'll be worse in the Stair. Aye, Your Majesty. Let us traverse the deadly forest so you can enjoy your delicious vegetables. Well, I do have some experience with Emerald Stair. That's a joke, right? We're going to Emerald Stair, so that had better be a joke. Yeah. Looking forward to dragging you people through Emerald Stair, on the distant chance Fior will be feeling generous with their time. Wish I shared your optimism. In my experience, moving through a deadly forest based on blind hope never works out. Just glad I can help. Of course I can. You're stronger than the typical explorer, and Kai, well, he's got us. Right. You'll see when you get there. Not if you keep your head and follow my lead, you won't. So much for your vegetables, Envoy. Standing up for what you believe against authority. I can respect that. Of course, my method would have been run away under the cover of night, never to return, but yeah, this works for her. Conflict, no. Consequences for my actions, oh yes. It's more that I don't think my belief's worth standing up for. Life's simpler that way. I don't know. In my experience, it's always the snake you don't see that bites you. Is tainted food better than no food? They can survive without the harvest. They just have to work harder. Yep. I had a feeling you might say that. Should have thought about that before we left Dawnshore. Anyway, there's clearly more going on here than a bunch of animancers sitting in dusty labs doing whatever they do all day. Beyond that, nah, I can't help you. Call me when you're back to facing real danger. You did the right thing. I think they're better off in Paradise than struggling out there in Shatterscarp. Just not sure you did the right thing. These people won't survive long in a place like Thirdborn. No, I just think they had it easy for a bit. Or as easy as the Living Lands gets, yes? And then what happened? It feels like we just had to relocate them, right? Maybe they can't do animancy there, but They'll have walls, guards, a market, and all the Nimbus apples they can eat. It's taking away their tools and toys and replacing them with survival that's all but guaranteed. It'll be interesting to see how the Pargrunen and Paradis react to a bunch of aliens moving in. It's a very different place from Solace. More welcoming, but not much. I suppose that's true. Still think they'll need help. At least they can do their animancy out there. I assume that's some comfort to them. Maybe you're right. I know less about animancy than I do about Zarep poetry. I wish them luck. Shatterscarp won't make it easy. That they are. I'm honestly surprised they survived out here this long. Who knows? Labs and machines, yeah, aren't my area of expertise. Maybe they're easier to build than I think. They might not see it that way, but it's for the best. Right. What you do when you have nothing is what really defines you. You're right. They'll be safer, for sure. Probably. Paradis is a lot more forgiving than the Stair. Sorry. Maybe I'm being cynical, but I think they're better off in Paradis for now. Envoy? Been to Fior a few times. Not a bad place. Careful where you step. Might be a twig, might be a snake. Don't eat the brown berries. They're not actually berries. Let's keep moving. If we're going to Fior, best to keep moving. You'll know Fior from the smell of flowers and fertilizer. They built Fior out of a place like this. Impressive. We're making good progress. Interesting little exchange. We can talk back at camp. Got a lot to do here. Let's do it. They act like they've never seen a Pargroon before. Completely out of my element. Let's stay focused. Let's talk next time we're in camp. We have some things to talk about. We need to talk. Paradis isn't perfect. These people could use a little minor civil struggle among their sturdy walls and well-paid guards. Thirdborn is a rough town. They literally do their business inside the skeleton of a Leviathan. If you thought Paradis's docks were rough, just wait. Plus, they have a nogfish curry that will peel your tongue. I do. I'm just not sure that's where we need to go. No one has ever been there as long as anyone knows. There's legends, right, but nothing more. It's why Solace was founded. They patrol Galawain's tusks looking for threats to the garden. We usually just found Zareps and dead kith. Nandru's the only one who went to the garden and made it back. Which is interesting because you kinda look like him. Nice. Who knows? From what I've seen, he looks like a block of stone with vaguely Pargroon features. You have the same kind of face things from what I've seen. You know, the, fungus stuff. Founder of Solace. Lived centuries ago. More or less the biggest hero in Galawain's tusks. Well, yeah, at first. There's been a lot more reasons to do that since then. Didn't seem relevant. I started following you at first because I thought it was a wild coincidence. Who knows? Like I said, I've only seen statues of the man. I've only ever seen statues of the man. He looks like a block of stone with vaguely Pargroon features. Maybe. I mean, yes. There's a resemblance, sure, but no one alive has ever seen Nandru other than a few statues and descriptions and legends. And we're talking about oral legends, passed down for centuries. Who knows what's true and what's dramatic license? I guess. I wouldn't put too much faith in it. Maybe. After meeting you, I didn't put much significance on it. You're not Nandru, which is probably for the better. Right. I honestly wouldn't give it much thought. I told you what I know, Envoy. You want me to make something up? I never met the man. Some in Solace don't seem to like him, but I never got an idea why. Right. You go out there and get yours, Envoy. Right. Go ahead and do that. I'm sure it'll work out for everyone involved. Well, you've already got the, same face fungus. You might as well try. There's just a lot of stuff from the old times that isn't as true as we think it is. A lot changes here over centuries, like the garden. Even if someone knew how to get there, they knew it hundreds of years ago. Who knows if the garden even exists anymore? I don't. You seem to talk to Sapadal in dreams and visions. Maybe you can find something that way. Not much of a lead, is it? No, I'm not. Frankly, I think this might be a waste of your time. That's rich. I'm so dedicated to the vows I took to Solace that I ran away in the night and never went back. Look, this gods and magic stuff isn't my expertise. Come find me when you need an antivenom for a windsnake bite. I need to get some rest before I get all worked up. Grab me when you're ready to go. Ask away. I'll be honest. It has changed a lot since I was last here, which wasn't that long ago. It's always been thick forests and crawling vines, but now it's like the forest has had enough and is ready to wipe us all out. That said, at least it's fertile. And you can still eat most of the vegetation here, though I wouldn't touch the mushrooms, especially the ones that move around on their own. I'm surprised at how much more deadly it is than it used to be. Hunting was great here, and there were edible plants everywhere. That's all still true, but I never used to worry about being strangled by a wild root while I sleep. I haven't dealt with Delamgon and blights and such all that much. They usually don't bother you unless you step too far off the trail. There's a skeleton sitting in a chair out on the coast, west of the fjord docks. No idea what it's doing there, but I'm always curious. I get a weird feeling when I get close to Lake Lacuna. Like there's something there that shouldn't be. Careful in the western areas of Emerald Stair. Something lives out there, and I don't really care to know what. There is something big in the southeast of the region. Most hunters say to stay away from there. Not sure what else to tell you. Most of this is probably old information for you. But you asked. Let's see. Less urgency for shelter here. You can find shrubs to block the wind or tree cover to protect from rain. There's also plenty of food around too, if you know where to look. Rule of thumb, if it's red, don't eat it. Or if it makes you itch. There's also just about any kind of game you can imagine. Just make sure whatever you catch doesn't have mushrooms growing out of its face. Oh, and be careful when you leave the roads. You never know when that deer you killed was some Delamgon's favorite pet. Water can be a problem out here. Don't drink from the rivers or creeks you find here, they're full of saka. Literally. You can get good water from inside most plants here, especially the larger vines. Or you can tap most of the trees for sap. I always put out some kind of cloth to collect the dew in the morning. That's assuming Kai doesn't take it and use it as a nose rag. Oh, there's another tip. Make sure the people you're traveling with aren't Nimduts. Right. So I wasn't completely honest before when I talked about avoiding river water and such. Water from the river or creeks or whatever is, well, it's nasty. Drink that stuff and you'll be shooting saka from both ends. So whatever water you take from the river, you have to boil. Take out all the leaves and bugs and such and leave it in a pot over the fire. I always carry a bundle of ditchberry bark too. Tastes terrible, but it keeps the water from making you sick. Let's be honest. If you go hungry in Emerald Stair, you're doing something wrong. Still, the challenge keeps things interesting, right? You earn every breath out here. Of course, that's pretty much a given in your line of work, so we're all doing things we're not used to doing. Still, if you have a choice between upsetting the forest and not doing that, think about it. Maybe consider that the Forest and Emerald Stair are known to hold a grudge. I think you know almost as much as I do at this point, Amakul. Not sure what else to say. Trust me, you'll thank me later. It can be tough to make a fire out here. All the wood is wet, or wriggling, I guess. I try to collect bark and small limbs throughout the day and leave them by the campfire to dry so I can use them the next day. Kindling can be hard to find. I have an old book I tear pages out of just to get a fire started. Don't worry, it's nothing important, just a book of Valian short stories or something. I already read it anyway. You're much more likely to be eaten by Zarups or wake up in an ogre cave than starve. Not sure what to tell you. You've got a good grasp of the basics, at least. You already know everything there is to know about surviving in a big forest. I feel like I'm teaching an animancer how to count. More interesting than Fjord being attacked? I wonder. More interesting than the destruction of Fjord. I wonder. Oh, I hope I didn't just step in a soul or something. Fjord always smells like scorched metal to me. Careful. Don't postulate too close to the scholars. At least here you don't have to worry about getting mugged. You hear that? Nothing. Never mind. The air tastes like dusty leather in here. Don't touch anything. We do know what we're looking for, right? Hard to imagine what Giada's going through right now, with her parents and all that. I mean, I have no idea what actually happened there, but she lost her people. She'll need time to get past that. And she deserves it. Gods, I can't believe what's happening around here. Fjord has been destroyed. Just like that. Fjord was attacked when we weren't looking. It's a miracle it's still there. Of what? An Adiran takeover? Right. Sarcasm helps in times like this. Assuming that was actually sarcasm. Leaving home behind is one thing. Losing it forever is another. I couldn't imagine. Teeth, fingers, toes, arms, that freaky Bleste mask she's always wearing. All of it. Maybe take a few steps back, Envoy. I'm not sure I want to look at you for a few minutes. If not, well, I don't know what to say to that. Let's talk again later. Giada has taken some hits lately, and she's still here. I guess there's something to take away from that. I'm sure we'll all get our chance soon enough. Right. I guess we did. Wish we could have done more. At least that's one more town the Steel Garrote failed to burn to the ground. That's something. Admit it. Of course I am. That's people's homes. Giada's home. And farms and so forth. Just because I don't like or trust or understand most of the people there doesn't mean I'd like to see it burn. I'm a grouch and a cynic, not a blessed Korba. Then we have to find her and stop her before she gets a chance. Simple as that. You know, she's hard to track for a giant of a woman in heavy armor, hauling an army around. But we'll get her. Don't worry about that. Envoy, I'd like a word with you next time we're in camp. You really found my old home. I don't think I'm ready for this. It's like I hear the voices. Laughter, but also chanting and the screams. Oh, I know this place. That amulet. My mother loved it. She said Gods, this is really her. Don't know if I'd rather see Razvan alive or dead. If he's dead, he can't hurt anyone else. He was just a man. I think I need to talk about this if you have a moment. Trying to focus. Talk later. Envoy, I'm not ready to go to Solace. Maybe there's another way. Maybe we can fashion some kind of flying boat? Last time I was here, I was fully convinced I'd never be back. Nothing has changed here, but everything has changed. Can't figure out how I feel about that. No guarantees we'll get through the gates. I'm probably not well liked in Solace these days. Strange being back here. Thought I'd left for good. Coming back to Solace is not easy for me. A lot of memories. Not all happy ones. Sorry. I've been in my head ever since we left Solace, thinking about the village. I didn't realize it, but I think I've spent my whole life hiding from Razvan. I thought I'd feel different after dealing with Razvan. Somehow more at peace. Thank you for finding that amulet. It's such a small thing, but it helps. Sing free, our voices lifted high. Our spirits laughing in the sky. You see a way to open this door? I don't. She took an interest in me when I first came to Solace. No idea why. I was an outsider and a child. She had every right to make me someone else's problem, but she didn't. I struggle to see it myself. Maybe my mirror's dirty. A real liability in her line of work. She tried being a secret benefactor for a time, but I figured it out. Since we entered Solace, I've been... Memories have come flooding back. It's been all I can think about. Anyway, I need to ask a favor. Possibly a big one. You know this isn't easy for me. Let me get this out. I have a feeling I'll hate it more than you will. And I never would have. But this is different. Seeing Mihala, I remembered coming here as a child, but there's more. There was a village, and something went wrong. I do. We grew up together in Solace. He was like an older brother to me. How do you know Yanko? Maybe he heard I was coming back. Or maybe he's looking for me. What was he doing outside of Solace? How did you see him? Was he outside of Solace? Was he doing well? Then we have to go find him. What could have happened to him? That could be the village I remember. North of here. Godless ruins all around. The village should be north of here. I remember godless ruins and a flow of lava and a large circle of some kind. I don't know. I swear I'm trying. I just remember godless ruins and a flow of lava and People lying down. I need to find that village, if it exists. There's something there I need to find. I just wish I knew what it was. That sounds about right. But if my soul is fractured, I don't remember why. Yes. You found it. Godless ruins, flow of lava, and there was a song, I think. If I am fractured, what do I do? How do I fix it? My thanks, Envoy. I know this isn't directly on your path, so I appreciate it. Not at all, but I feel like I need to. That's all I can ask. It's not worth going out of your way. You know, if it happens, it will. I think it will. I hope so. Then I definitely need to find this village. I think my lost shards are there. If these are childhood memories I've lost, I think there's been plenty of time. Right. Makes sense. Doesn't help with the stuff I can't remember. Wonderful. No one has time to talk with more than one, maybe two animancers. He asked for me. Gods. I left him behind when I ran. He must be furious. Oh no. Not him. Oh God. This is my fault. That doesn't sound like Yonko. Gods. Unless... No, we've been to Solace. Everyone seemed fine. Yonko's fine. If I had stayed, I could have... I don't know. Protected him. Sounds stupid when I say it aloud. No, it is. I should have brought him with me when I ran. He would have been safer with me in Paradise, right? I need to see him. If he's afflicted, I can't leave him alone. I should find out what he wants, right? Even if it's something unpleasant. Then he left Solace. Or was exiled. Either way, this is my fault. I grew up in Solace. They took me in when I was a child, and they treated me like one of their own. Until I left. Right. It's just all I can think about. Anyway, what did you need? Right. I know. It's just... every thought I have just swerves toward the village. What if I get there and... oh, I don't know, I fall apart. Memories flood in and I don't know who I am anymore. Or worse. What if it's nothing? I'm tired of it. You need me focused. Especially in the tusks, where just breathing wrong can kill you. Still, I don't know why I'm thinking about this village, or even why it feels so important. There was a story. The warden who saw the future. But maybe it's better not to know. I appreciate that, Envoy. I just wish I believed it. Right, but that doesn't make the worrying stop. Okay, short version. She rushed ahead to stop an attack she just knew was coming. But there was nothing there. Meanwhile, her post came under attack. Her whole unit was killed because she abandoned it. There was a young warden who thought she could see the future. She'd think about things and they would come to pass. Yes, Mihala told it to me when I was young. She was worried about her father falling ill, and he did. She feared her friend would die of exposure. It happened. One day, she was with her patrol unit guarding a watchtower, and she was struck by a terrifying thought. She just knew in her gut that Solace was under attack. Zareps, or ogres, or fire blights from the wastes. I had a feeling you might say that. Kamayu. Oh, you've heard this one. That's what I said. The reply was, it's a story. Shut up and listen. Wouldn't be much of a story if that's what happened. The young warden tried to alert her unit, but they didn't seem concerned. They said she was delusional, so she left the tower to go protect Solace. And she found nothing there. Well, yes, but that's not the point. Exactly. So what if I'm seeing the future here? Maybe we should just stay on your original path, and they tell it to children. The story ended before that part. Probably, though. What if I'm seeing the future? I can't stop thinking about this village, as if I'm trying to predict what will happen. You're right. This is a small detour, not a different path. I haven't left you folks behind. Well, I'm fortunate to have you all here. I can tell myself that all I want. It doesn't stop the cycles in my mind. Right. Unless the future you prepared for isn't the one that comes. Anyway, I appreciate the talk, Envoy. I clearly have some things to figure out. Yes, sorry. What did you need? This man did a terrible thing. He killed my village. I only escaped because Yonku happened to be there. I know. It's fine. I've been afraid my whole life. And Razvan's the reason. You're right. And I have you to thank for that. But before now, decades of fearing what might come next, all because of one man I couldn't even remember. Now I have a chance to put an end to that. Or to find out that it ended already. I hope it will. I'm tired of fear and worry. I don't know. At first, I wanted him dead. No matter how. The more I think about it, I want to know why he did it. Why did my parents die? How does that make sense? Right. This is it, I promise. You'll never have to see me trembling again. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Sure. But still, I'm grateful. Just holding it brings back memories. Good ones, yes. Good ones, even. My father singing to me. My mother smiling and carrying me on her back. I think so. I feel like we were all raised by the community. But my parents were always there for me. There was a sense of purpose, I think. They all left Solace for a reason. They trusted Razvan. People began to act strange. My parents weren't around as much. Everyone started paying all their attention to Razvan. We all know what happened next. Maybe they should have. Maybe they just couldn't. It was Razvan. He built up their trust and betrayed it all at once. It tells me that there were good times before. Once we deal with Razvan, maybe things can be good again. I just wanted to thank you, Envoy. That's all. There was this threat I didn't even know I was afraid of, and now it's gone. So why doesn't it all feel better now? I know, Do you think it will ever heal completely? Good. Then all I have to do is wait. I like that. It's like the land overgrowing a ruined town. Whew, you've got me feeling all poetic now. I guess that's something. Can't be walking around with a big hole in your soul. Appreciate that, Envoy. Maybe I'll let you know what I find out. I know. I'm not sure he ever could. But he was always there in my thoughts whether I knew it or not. I see that now. I could see how much of my life I've wasted being afraid. Right. It's just, I've spent so long being terrified of what? I still feel like I don't know. The man in that cave was not the horrible thing I imagined all this time. No one has been hunting me. No one was after me. Right, I know. Maybe just give me a little time to mourn the people I lost and forgot. Been dealing with this all my life. Someone starts acting strange, then clearly something terrible's about to happen. My people were in a cult. They believed what Razvan said. They died because he asked them to. But he wasn't behind every corner. He was stuck in a cave, babbling in mushrooms. Right. Thank you for taking the time to help me with this. I'm here when you need me. Not for lack of trying, right? Seems to be. Yes. I never gave him. I guess I did. Well, not anymore. I appreciate what you've done to help me. I won't forget it. Oh, it's complicated. It's not that I hate Solace, but I just can't be there anymore. The tusks seem harsh and unforgiving, but I learned to survive here. Don't worry. I'll make sure you do too. I left Solace under the cover of darkness, through an exit only me and a friend of mine knew about. For who? You? No. Me? Maybe. More importantly, I left without permission, which means I more or less exiled myself. Solace is the oldest standing settlement in the lands. Tradition all but forbids aimless wandering. I did. Might come a time when I'm ready to talk about it. I've met Pargrunen from elsewhere who seem driven to travel. Seems strange to me, no? I'm worried they might throw me in prison for desertion. Or worse. You'll see when we get there. Solace isn't the most welcoming place, even to those who live there. Right. No problem for me, Envoy. Never mind. No, I can't. They won't so much as look at you without a caravan of trade goods behind you. You might need me to get in. No, clearly. They probably won't arrest me and lock me away in a crumbling tower they all but abandoned decades ago. I'll be fine. You know me. Taking things too seriously, assuming the worst. I mean, they don't execute deserters anymore. Right. Okay, that helped. Thanks. Of course not. Everything is fine. Nothing to worry about. Well, it won't come to that, right? Nothing to worry about. Appreciate that. Really, it's all right. Nothing to worry about. Won't be the last either. I can promise you that. It's just survival. Always be prepared for the worst, and you'll never be caught unaware. Right, like I said, don't worry about it. Yes, but... You have a good point there. I guess it's just how I've always handled things. Sure, that works when you're making a deal, but not when it's life or death. I've seen way too much to gamble on those stakes. Listen, you're the tactical one, and I'm the one keeping you alive. You do it your way, I do it mine. Isn't that the same, though? You're preparing for the worst, same as me. Yeah, well, I'm also prepared for sarcasm, Envoy. Got all sorts of remedies for that. Relaxing in the tusks is a good way to get yourself killed. Might as well season yourself and lie down on a plate. I suppose it hasn't always worked out so good for me in the past. Survival isn't a battle. It's an open wound, and you're doing everything you can to stop the bleeding. I'd say it's worked out just under half the time so far. Glad you were here. Someone's living here. I'm sure of it. Well, maybe it's not him. Pedraku. My soul has found a lot of paths I had no business being on. Denying the gods is probably one of my best skills. Seriously, if I listened to my soul, I'd be dead in some ruin after pushing you out from under a rockfall or something. Fuitu Meo, Envoy, I don't know, there's just so much. I understand, and I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know. I don't want to go any closer. It's just a feeling I have. Right. Maybe it would. Thanks, Envoy. I feel this fear inside, this heart pounding, can't breathe. It's like I'm dying every time. I've been bit by core vipers, fallen into old spike pits, drank cure water from a Zarup shaman. And it never felt like this. It's as if the thought of being here, of returning home, is the deadliest thing I can imagine. And it's getting worse. I'm trying. It's just not easy. I don't know why. I'll do what I can. You can rely on me. I understand. Sometimes I just need a minute, that's all. It's more than just going home, I think. It's everything. The politics, the people, the way I left. I betrayed the traditions I was raised on, and I don't know why. I imagine you can. You've been through a lot. You've already died once, for God's sake. I imagine so. So much pain in that weapon. So many deaths. Just touching it would probably reduce me to tears. Right. You understand. But this isn't even about survival. This is something else. I've seen that island off the coast all my life, and I grew up hearing tales about the garden. But It always felt like a legend, like those old tales about the gods. No one has been there in centuries as far as I know. There is something that's bothering me. Specifically, if you can spare a moment. I mean, that's probably true. But this is real. I don't believe in the garden. Do you blame me? A magical place Solace has been sworn to protect since it was founded. And no one can go there? I don't. They didn't really encourage us to go looking for it either. Sounds to me like a good way to get a nosy kid to stop asking questions. Since we entered the Tusks, I've been getting these flashes of memory. Like there are answers in my head I can't get to. They seem to be about a village, somewhere north of Solace. Fear and sorrow, but also answers. Thanks, Envoy. It might be nothing, but it'll be nice having backup whenever I go to find it. I don't know. It could be the worst idea ever, but this is the first time I've felt like there might be answers out there. Right. Well, thanks. I know it'll be easier if I don't go there alone. Forget I brought it up then. Just trying to find some answers to why I'm such a overly full satchel. No, it doesn't. Hearing it spoken out loud. Sarcasm. My favorite. That, I don't know. I think it has something to do with those memories we talked about. That village. I don't know. I think it might have to do with that village you found north of Solace. I'm not sure. I was hoping you could help with that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I feel like I'm being pulled in that direction, but I don't want to go there. Really don't want to go. The problem is, I started to get the feeling I was being lied to. Like everyone knew something I didn't. Over the years, I started getting the feeling I was lied to, like everyone in Solace knew something I didn't. Whenever I asked about where I came from, I never got a straight answer. You're here now, they'd say. That's what matters. Well, sure. I suppose that's one way to handle it. Never mind. I guess whatever happened was a long time ago. Still, there's something I just can't get past. I won't bother you with it anymore. See? I thought so too. Right, but it just made me more and more uneasy. Oh, they definitely were. I swear on Mogren's breath. What could have been so bad that they wouldn't even tell me about it? Was it something I did? Something I didn't do? I left because I felt like everyone there was keeping something from me. Like I didn't belong there. And they all knew it. Right. Okay. Thanks. Was it? No one would give me a straight answer. What was so bad they couldn't trust me to know? I had to get out of there. I slipped out in the night, never said a word to anyone. Didn't look up till I got to Paradise. Right. Thanks, Envoy. It means a lot to have your support. Anyway, that's why I left. Solid good it does me now. Now I think I might have a lead on what happened. Or at least, something that might bring me peace. And here I am. Back again. Funny how things work out. Just makes it harder coming back. After the way I left things here. It tells me that there were good times before. Now that we've dealt with Razvan, maybe things can be good again. I knew someone was out there. He killed everyone. He wanted to kill me. Years of worrying myself sick. He's out there, Envoy. This Korba is still out there. I think I know the contact Razvan used to seal the door. It's a poem my mother told me when I was a child. Yeah. Right. I just need a minute. I don't know if He killed my entire village, Envoy. She said those words would always open doors. I never knew what she meant. If we're gonna go after Razvan, we better get to it before I pass out where I stand. Hope that did something. Right. With my luck, it's definitely him. Gods. This is my fault. It has to be. What do you want to talk about? Solace is a walled keep that has stood basically unchanged for centuries. The Pargrunen there think the walls are indestructible, which tells you a lot about why they don't like to leave. Instead of laws, they have traditions that date all the way back to the founding of Solace. Violate these traditions at your peril. I say it's the safest place in the Tusks, but don't get me wrong. Growing up there was not easy, and leaving was even harder. This place was named after Galawain, but I always thought Magrin held more sway here. Lava, high temperatures, and a giant Bleste volcano in the middle of the region tell me the goddess of fire had something to do with it. Even Solace has the good sense to send a prayer or two Magrin's way. Hard not to when your home is surrounded by Magrin's fury, but sure, give Galawain the glory. Maybe that's why Magrin's so Bleste angry all the time. Mount Forja erupts every few years. Usually just small little burps of ash and a few extra lava flows. It's like it wants to remind everyone it's still here, which is ridiculous, really. Smell that rotten egg scent on the wind? That's Forja. As much as I want to blame it on Kai. There's more out there than I could tell you about. Best you go see it for yourself. There's a place in the southwest of the Tusks called the Slumbering Fields. It's full of dry brambles and plants with nasty thorns. I've seen more signs of bandits out here than I remember from before. I'm not even sure who they're raiding, to be honest. Nothing I can think of, no. You know as much as I do at this point. I promise you've never spent time anywhere like this. I have tips that might even be news to you. Let's see. First rule in Galawain's Tusks is to be grateful for every breath. The air itself is poisonous here, if you breathe enough of it. Don't overexert yourself, and keep your heartbeat slow. A wet cloth over your mouth and nose will help. Remember that this place wants to kill you at all times. Act like your every step is putting you in danger. And make sure to clear your eyes, ears, and nose every now and then. Ash builds up faster than you'd expect. There's basically no game out here. Well, there's some game, but not enough to keep you from starving. That's not true either. If you don't mind beetle paste or questionable mushroom stew, you might be able to find enough to eat. I grew up with that stuff, so I don't mind it. And I got a tolerance for the, well, effects from the mushrooms. For you, I suggest sticking with the beetles. Or just rationing out the dried fish and fruit we got from Thirdborn. Lava. Everywhere there's lava. The good news is that it's usually cool enough to stand near without bursting into flames. You can use the lava flows to navigate around here, like you would a river in Emerald Stair. But I'd suggest sticking with the roads. The lava also provides light and heat at night, and setting up camp near a lava flow can protect you from Zarops and the like. Anything that wants to eat you likely doesn't want to risk swimming in molten rock to do it. If you find a large crack in the ground, don't stand over it and breathe deeply. Just trust me on this. Sure, it's all fun and games when someone gets a face full of gas from underground and everyone laughs while they act all stupid. But then, everyone's sorry when the poor Nimdude starts dry heaving and bleeding from the eyes and ears. A few minutes of dreariness and hallucinations are not worth the risk. Though, they are very fun hallucinations. Stay off the ground as much as you can. Don't lie on the ground. And if you're up and about, keep moving. The magma flows pretty close to the surface, and the ground gets hotter than you'd think. I've lost a few boots because I stopped to rest and forgot to put up my feet. The heat from the ground cooked my boots in just a few minutes. You already know what burning leather smells like. And if you don't need to find out now. Not sure what else to tell you. The best survivalists in the lands don't come here if they can help it. A lot of it is luck and sheer perseverance. Yeah, just don't inhale gas clouds from beneath the ground. Really, don't do it. This is weird for me to say, but if you're out in the wilds in Galawain's Tusks, you're already losing the survival battle. Stay on the roads, and keep the coast on your right so you know which way is north. Keep moving, and get to Solace as quickly as you can. They don't love outsiders there, but the wardens won't let you starve or burn to death on their doorstep. You'll find warden patrols along the roads from time to time. They carry extra supplies, but not much. Usually enough to get you back to Solace. They generally assume no one's out in the wilds here by accident. And the only reason for most people to be here is to go to Solace. You know, if you're this interested in survival in the living lands, we can take this even further, but sometimes it really blows up, like the eruption we saw. Something like that can change the whole map of the area. Just another reason the people of Solace tend to stay inside. No one's sure why the water stopped flowing, but without it, We've been drinking subterranean runoff for ages. There used to be an old Pargrunan aqueduct out there, but it hasn't been used for a long time. That's all I know, really. Home, sweet, blessed day home. Ugh. Did this place always smell like sweat? I remember hearing more laughter. Not used to being stared at here. Kostya's not going to wait for us. We're wasting time. It's getting hotter down here by the moment. We can talk later. Let's just keep moving. Can't talk now. Sorry. What are we doing here? I just need to focus. Never noticed this sulfur smell before. If the ground shakes, look for a hill to climb. I forgot how lava crackles as it cools. Try not to breathe too deeply. You're probably here to see how I'm doing, yeah? Well, I'm doing great. I always knew my home would destroy itself from within. I just never thought I'd get a chance to stop it. Right. If you get any more sappy, I'll think you've turned into a tree. Ha! A statue of me next to Nandru, rolling my eyes and drunk on Wodak. Ready when you are. Just give me the word. I just never thought I'd have to stand by and watch while it happened. Sure you do. I guess you just didn't know any better. Right. A lot of blessed good it does now. But enough of that. You have a lot to do. And I'm right behind you. Blacked out at that Audra and the lava tubes beneath Solace. But it seemed different somehow. Been thinking about Amalia a bit. I've seen Mount Forgia erupt before, but never like that. It's like it was angry. Like it was screaming in pain. You got yourself involved and found a way for her to leave the tusks. I'm not sure you know what a huge favor that was. You convinced her to stay in the tusks. Not what I would have done, but at least it's resolved. I don't know what really happened, but I assume Sopadol was involved. It's a lot to take in, Envoy. I haven't figured out what to think about any of it yet. Right. Well, with Ludwig gone, the rest of the growth should follow. Maybe things will start looking up for once. Funny, you didn't seem so fired up when you were out there agreeing with her about Sopadol. I'm not here to second-guess your choices. I just wish you'd pick a path and go with it. Blessed gods. Is it too much to ask to just let us live our lives for a while? It's like they have nothing better to do. Oh, they overreacted. I see. Just a tiny baby god throwing a tantrum, blowing up the land and killing everyone. Poor thing. They must be terrified. Solace's traditions exist for a reason. It's just not always a good reason. Oh, I know. I've heard that many, many times. Good for them, really. I don't know. What? No, gods. You've been talking to Yatsley again, haven't you? I swear, everyone's so worried about people finding romance. Maybe it's not everyone's top priority, you know? They were. First Nandru, who decided a bunch of nomads needed to settle down. Then Serena, who decided they should never leave. Everything Solace does is based on blind obedience or fear of history repeating itself. That's no way to live. Right. I just wanted to make sure you knew how big that was, in case she didn't thank you enough. Right. But Kai would never admit it. Right. Good talk. That's all well and good until someone decides to use it as a weapon. Several. And I'd thank you for not doing it again. Thank you. All right. I notice no one's warming your bedroll these nights either. It's probably not your breath, but I wouldn't take any chances. Oh, we'll find the right person for you, Envoy. Don't worry. I'm sure Yatsley will backflip when I tell her you're ready for a match. I don't know. Survival, loyalty, professionalism, friendship, learning things. Should I go on? I get that it's fun to talk about and all that. It's just really not on my list of priorities. Right. I actually believe you. This is madness, Envoy. You spoke to the founder of Solace. When you talk to Sopadol, you always have this specific expression. You had a whole different one this time. Oh, so the one time I am, you make fun of it. Sure, let's make sure I never ask again. Oh, okay. Nothing to worry about. Wait. Nandru? As in founder of Solace, obsessed with the garden, actual Nandru. Giada says it was Nandru, like founder of Solace Nandru. Actual, dead and stuck in Audra Nandru. I bet it was. You could finally complain to someone about all the face stuff. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Well, that's not what I was expecting. I'm not usually inclined to listen to ghosts and so forth, but Nandru probably has important things to say. People in Solace always claim they're speaking the word of Nandru. And here you are, actually hearing from the man. Doesn't even really matter what he said if you ask me. There are hundreds of Pargrunan who'd give anything to hear Nandru's voice. Blessed day impressive is what that is. Oh no. No. Why is this? What is that? I know that place, right? Well, that was... Sorry, Envoy. Let's talk about it back at camp, right? All my life, I've imagined what the garden must be like. But it was nothing like this. I can't get my bearings. I'm useless here. I'd give half my rations to see just one little mundane scrap fly. Listen, I don't know this place. You're pretty much on your own. Phew. This place gives me the cavey shakes. Before you ask, yes, I'm all right. I'm shaken, Envoy. I might not be much more good to you here. I'm here. Just thinking about what happened. None of what happened back there makes sense. But it makes all kinds of sense, too. Don't know if I have any answers, but we can talk. Can't say I love this place. There's no life here. But somehow, it's all life. We should keep going. We have to go. Oof, I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. Or is that actual drums? I'd rather not talk, if I can help it. The thing back there, that was intense. Iancu was here. Right. I could just not sleep ever again. They were all dead. All of them. Gods. I can't. What's happening here? They're dead. Like it just happened. Like I remember. Gods. I remember this. This is when everyone died. Iancu found me. Viate. You're not here. You can't be here. You. No. What kind of blessed day brain scramble is this? No, Envoy. I don't know much about this place, but I know this is where I need to be. Iancu. Viate. I left you behind when I left Solace. I remember this. Dukte Dragu if you think... No, I don't want this. Oh, I have faced this already. Why force me to do it again? No. I won't do that to you. Just... I need time. Then for the gods' sake, what is it? I am exhausted, Viate. I can't take much more of this. Right. Okay, I can do this. Let's get into it. Right. We are here for a reason, and I'm not it. Oh, not much. I only remember fear, and sadness, and you as a kid picking me up and taking me to Solace. We spoke at the village, but you were sick, and these people were decayed to the bone. We dealt with Razvan. He got what was coming to him. This is... I remember it, but I don't. I can't do this. I can't. Were you always such a blessed day poet? Or is that a death thing? No trick, Envoy. I remember this. I think I remember this. I'm tired, Viate. I can't do this again. I have what I needed. We dealt with Razvan. We avenged our parents' deaths. I can't do this, Iancu. I forgot this for a reason. You kept everything a secret from me. All that time. A best friend doesn't do that. I know. And I'm not sure I'll ever live that down. I don't think I know how. Right. You're right. We don't have time for this. And if we did, you know blessed well I'm not falling for the sack of Sokka. I wasn't exactly chomping at the bit to confront him, to be honest. And I let you down. Fuitumeyu. I left you behind. You handled it just fine. Protect me from what? You handled it just fine. Well, in this case, you were wrong. So, what do we do now? No, I could have dealt with my problems and pushed through. You've helped me figure out how. I should have just done it sooner. Right. And now we're off to talk to what? A god? In this blushroom-induced hallucinoscape? Yeah, I know that, Envoy. I think about that constantly. Every single minute of the day. Right. Sorry, Envoy. Let's go. What? Worse than Ianku's tragic death? Well, that answers that, I suppose. We've both been through so much. But I can see that it's all behind us now. Just another thing we've survived after all this time. I haven't had a chance to think about all this. But Razvan's still out there. Did I really even solve anything? I don't know. I can't. It's too much. Not this and everything else, too. It's too blessed much. Easier said than accepted, Viate. Forgiving myself is the hardest part. That was you, Nimdut. Look at my feet. Shoes. Kamayu. You see what I put up with, Envoy? Still wonder why I left Solace? I don't drink that much anymore. Not on the job. Well, it was good to see you, Viate. Even with all this. I'm sorry. Repeat what you said? I can't hear Jatulin when they're spewing Sokka. Dukte Dragu, Ianku. You wouldn't know a spousefly if it landed on your nose. Leave it, spirit. You give me the freakas just looking at you. Don't listen to him, Envoy. If he knew anything at all, he wouldn't be dead. Oh, good. Here's my friend, the Nimdut ghost. Don't worry, he's harmless. As long as you don't engage him in conversation. That's closer than I've ever gotten before. I came here to help you do whatever you're supposed to do with your god friend. Instead, I'm here talking to dead people. I was perfectly fine assuming this place was a legend. Now it's too blessed real. It was, right. But it was easier than I thought it would be. Thanks to you, I think I was ready for something like this. Difficult. I've had necrotic toes that were easier to deal with. It was nothing. I wouldn't be much of a wilderness guide if I couldn't deal with a little weirdness from time to time. I will say, it's not really what I expected when I started tracking you and Kai back in Paradise. I've never been comfortable with things I can't explain. If there isn't a poultice for it, I don't want it. Right. Let's get back to work then. It's been a bit of a ride, Envoy. I feel like it's coming to an end. One way or another. I don't know. Maybe the unexpected isn't so bad after all. I never expected you and I would become friends. I think maybe this is all for the best. No matter what happens. Maybe all of this will be worth it. And I'll be glad to not have to hear your joints popping as you get up in the morning. Eat some leafy greens for once. Why would you say something like that? You had to go and ruin the moment. Fair. Though you did keep on pushing well after I told you to kindly walk off a cliff. Right. Well, let's act like you didn't listen to me, build my trust, and get me used to people actually caring what I had to say. Quick note. If you tell any of the others I said that, I'll poison your drink. Right. I understand. You've got a lot on your mind. Well, right. I'm not here to blather on about feelings and Sokka like that. Just making conversation. We have a lot to do, Envoy. Maybe we should get to it. I've heard about the garden all my life, and I never expected something like that. Strange. I bet you'd call a speckled mawfly a little bitey. Not a problem. I've dealt with stranger things waking up on the streets of Thirdborn. I think it did. He really did seem at peace, right? I imagine most encounters with dead old friends don't, go so well. Peace? Right. Tell me about peace when your dead best friend starts talking to you about your absolute worst memory. What gives me peace is knowing that this whole thing is just about over. Could we just go deal with your thing and get out of here? But thanks to you, I think I was ready for it. I mean, it was blessed bizarre, but I could handle it. I owe a lot of that to you, Envoy. You helped me be someone who could handle Sokka like that. Thank you. No, I was thinking more in terms of hunting for wild game and peeing on Kai to put the fires out. I guess not, huh? You probably never expected to die and come right back either. You're in a good place then. Strange seems to follow you like dust gnats. No, it's not that. It's just, I've seen a lot of strange things lately, and somehow this is the strangest. I thought so too, but really, I could count the number of Pargrunen who have actually been here on one finger. Well, good for you. Some of us have to adjust to bizarre, magical Sokka like this. Good. I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I didn't want to lose my swill in front of Animancy Queen and the Fishman. You've helped me with that, just by listening. This would be a lot harder for me otherwise. I'd rather just grit my teeth and push through this whole thing. I'm completely out of my depth. That's always served me well, everywhere except here. People like you are a blessed menace. You know that? You could crack a brick wall with all that empathy. Now, can we talk about something less fuzzy? I'm getting a headache. There's your problem right there. Most people don't seem to think it's worth the trouble. Right. Wouldn't want that. Call me soft again, and I might lose the rest of the shoewort ointment before our next big hike. Point is, blah, blah, blah. I'm grateful. Don't let it spread to your brain. You already have in some ways. At least I know you're not relying on my expertise for this. You'd be in big trouble. Right. I've survived this long by avoiding creepy magic stuff that gives me the vrikas. Maybe Yatsley and Giada will. Kai mostly survives by not knowing he's in danger. Don't worry about me, Envoy. I know why we're here, and I told you I'd guide you wherever you wanted to go. Even places like this. Yeah. Me too. Somehow I don't believe you. I imagine there are some slumbering gods we could visit on one of the moons? I think we're past that. Buy me a couple drinks when this is all over and we can call it even. Don't know what I can contribute, but you got it. My detachement's about the only thing on me that's healthy at this point. I don't know if that's a strength or a weakness. I'd rather not look too closely at it. Then why'd you come talk to me, you Nimdut? Go sing some folk songs with Kai or something. If that's all, I wouldn't mind a couple moments to get my thoughts straight. I never realized what you were dealing with. Gods, I'm sorry, Viate. What just happened? Goodbye, Amakul. I just need a moment. Can we just go? I'm ready to go. I don't remember what they look like. They're all the same. They're unrecognizable. Like, I can't remember their actual faces. I can't. I don't want to be here. No, I want to turn back. Yeah, well, then why can't I feel my fingers? I feel like I can't feel my fingers. Well done, everyone. Let's head back to camp. Fine. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, what is this place? Why do I feel sick all of a sudden? They were fine. I'm not about to bring you rotten berries. It's like I can't feel my fingers for some reason. Never been here before. Or have I? Well, that was something. I need to see the scene of the crime, over by the town gates. I promise there's something left there we can use to track them. Just trying to have a drink, Amakul. If it were me, I'd take the shot from up there above the embassy. Let's see if we can get up there. With any luck, your assassin will be as bad at hiding their tracks as they were at making sure you stay dead. Smells familiar, but I can't place it. Whatever it is, it's not used for game hunting or keeping beasts out of your garden. I have water in my pack if anyone needs some. Sometimes the ocean smell is pleasant. Other times, not. Enjoy the relative calm out here. Go back to the market and up the stairs to the east. You'll see a large building with a big window on top. It tells us they were hunting you. Whoever did this takes pride in their work. They made sure this stuff would kill you. Without a second thought. I've bought my fair share of poisons in case some nim dude out there tries to take something I need. A real fight isn't about honor. It's about survival. If you're hungry, you don't refuse moldy bread just because it tastes bad. The apothecary might know more. That's where I'd look. That vial. There's your murder weapon. Right there. Right. Take another sip, Amakul. Rude not to finish a drink someone bought for you. You don't know anything about me, you Adira Nimdut. So maybe go back and take another blessed day sip. You want to talk so much, I'll cut you a second mouth across your throat. I knew you were blessed in Nimdut the moment I saw you coming. Thought maybe I'd teach you a lesson. Oh, that is quick. You better get to a healer before the poison spreads to your brain. Just Dawnshore? Phew, must be slipping. So I paid the bartender a few gold to drop a tiny bit of Widow's Kiss into a cup and serve your drink in it. Cramp should be starting in a few minutes, so, if you want to fight, we should go ahead and get started. Well, any friend of Kai's is definitely a person. Thanks for stepping in there. I had it handled, but I'm happy I didn't have to. Haven't been to bar fight in a while. Never really saw the point. No, it's been a while since someone new moved here. Most of the other hunters already know better. They were squirrels, and I had them well under control. Wasn't a bluff. That was a test. Any hunter worth their salt knows Widow's Kiss has no effect if it's ingested. You know your poisons. It was a test. That guy's such a Nimdut, he thought he was doomed. And he actually believed I could pay the bartender to poison someone's drink. Gods, the taverns in Adir must be rough. Right, that's the goal. Well, as always next time. Smart. The effects are more widely known. Let their imagination run wild on them. Noted. If I'm not mistaken, you're looking for someone to help find the people who killed you. The more I know, the faster we'll find them. But all right, keep your secrets. I've been keeping tabs on you since you got here. Godlike, looking like you do, and hauling Kai around like a sick puppy. You haven't exactly been low-key, have you? The apothecary's in the back alley. Any luck? We could track down who made this poison. Find your killers. The apothecary might know more. That's where I'd look. Then they wouldn't need much of a reason to go after an Adiran official. Plenty of stale water there. The assassins wouldn't go near that place anytime soon. And you don't have to worry much about people cleaning up in this town. Bloodstains, footprints, darts left behind. If we find anything at all, we can find your assassins. We'll figure this out, Amakul. Don't you worry. Still, it's dangerous to make assumptions based on stereotypes. We need more of a trail to go on. We'll see who's laughing when I'm done with you. No offense, but you leave a pretty wide trail, Envoy. Well, maybe you should try to cover your trail more often. I mean that anyone who wanted to track you down would just have to follow the murmurs and gawkers in your wake. What? No. Why would you be? You can ask them when we hunt them down. Probably. Well, not anymore. We can ask him when he inevitably tracks you down again. We could go visit him in prison and ask him. More following from a respectful distance, I'd say. An Adiran official who's new in town turns a lot of heads, especially when they're traveling with a Nimdut like Kai. I'm here to find your assassins. Maybe help you avoid being killed again in the future. We found your assassin. Maybe I can help you avoid being killed again in the future. How long were you in Paradise before you got killed? Not long, if I recall. Do those people usually have poisoned arrows aimed at you, or, forget it. Rhetorical question. Stick with Kai. You'll find out. Well, we've worked together in the past. It was mostly him crashing blindly through the weeds after I advised him not to. Like? Not the word I'd use. I'll need more time to find the right one. My guess is you'll need a guide once you leave Paradise, too. They say I'm the best there is. Reputation is reputation, Envoy. You ought to understand how that works. Right. This ought to be interesting. The wilds here are dangerous even in the best of times, which these most certainly are not. Not to mention there are parts of the island you can't get to without me. Not that you'd want to go there anyway. You can work with me, or I can follow you from a safe distance. I don't plan on letting you and Kai get each other killed. At least this way I can help you get where you're going. Merci, Envoy. I'll make myself at home. Anyway, enough chat. I'm sure you have things to do. It's not every day you get to deal with the person who killed you. He killed you killed him. Seems like a win-win situation. And since you set them free, you get to deal with them again sometime in the future. And now they're in the dungeons, where they can plot their revenge in silence. Oh, I do. They're locked away now. And if you need an assassin in the future, they'll probably do anything to get out. What part? The part where you set free an assassin who succeeded at killing you once already? Right, must be that part. I haven't decided yet myself. I suppose it doesn't matter now. Unless someone's still out there handing out resurrections. Hey, I'm not doubting you. Mostly because I saw what you did to that Nimdut back there. Your decision, not mine. You hired me to bring you here, not poke at your moral values. I can see that. This is a situation not a lot of people have been in. There's no manual for this. Anyway, it doesn't matter what I think. You found the assassin, and you're still alive, which means well done, Marius. Ooh, you're more forgiving than I am. I would have at least taken a finger. That's interesting. Good to know you're the forgiving sort. Putting trust in the gods is like wearing a blindfold in a dark room. You can't see, but there wasn't any light anyway. They're Paradise's problem now, which makes them Adir's problem, I guess. Right. What they've done, how they went wrong, how they can do better next time. Lots of time to think. Now you're looking towards Emerald Stair. Whole other kind of deadly out there. I mean, if you think you've seen forests, think again. Emerald Stair is where nature goes to try out some new stuff. The trees there are fertilized by the corpses of people who thought they knew what they were getting into when they got there. Forests, sure, but wild. The people of Fior Mesiverno tamed what they could and give a safe birth to the rest. But past that is the strange stuff. Ruins, spirits, and other things that you should steer clear of. Considered it, sure. I wouldn't be much of a guide if I dropped you off at the edge of Dawnshore and said, good luck. Right, too bad. Yeah, I mean, I could come with you, though. I'm not currently engaged anywhere else. Oh, well, if that Nimdude's going, you better let me come along. He'll get you killed without even trying. You never know when he'll wander into a stink trap or trigger a bear to attack by waving at it. But it's just you and... I see. Rile up the little dwarf, huh? Suck, I should have seen that coming. Fine. He's not stupid. Just large and talky. He always has things to say, usually ending in question marks. If we're working together, you can expect me to do the job, get you where you're going, and keep you fed along the way. My life history, my goals, and my Usundit favorite color are my blessed concern. Good to be here. Considering the places I've been, I'm still alive. That's all you need to know. Right. I'm also not charging you for this. So you'd be stupid to send me away. You always have a choice. Let me guide you into Emerald Stair, or wind up dead by some venom or choking mold or whatever. We've got a bit of a walk ahead of us. You might want to get some rest. Well, good. I'm glad we understand each other. Fui tu, Mayu. Why do I even bother? Mind giving me a little room here? This swill would peel the paint off a wagon. Lovely day, isn't it? Right. What do you want to know? Lovely place, as the Living Lands goes. I advise most people to stay around here if they're looking to settle. Paradise isn't the safest place in the world, but it is the safest place in the lands. Walls and guards go a long way out here. Other than that, you've got bits of forest, grasslands, some caves, cliffs, and all sorts of things to get you into trouble. This is the easiest place to survive in the Living Lands. Enjoy it while it lasts. Trees, rocks, water, dirt. A few Zarps and bears, but not much else here wants to kill you. Enjoy it. It'll get worse from here. Oh, gods. Get out there and explore Envoy. You'll be fine. Promise. There's always someone trying to get out of Dawnshore. I constantly hear stories of people who realize they made a mistake coming here. Word is the hunting in the Strangle Root has been a lot better since someone cleared out the diseased bear that lived out there. Heard an envoy from Adir showed up and got himself killed. Other than that, nothing. Heard an envoy from Adir showed up and got herself killed. Other than that, nothing. Heard an envoy from Adir showed up and got themselves killed. Other than that, nothing. I've been traveling with you. What could I have heard? Honestly, I don't listen out for gossip much. I don't know what to tell you. I never hunt out there, but a lot of people owe someone a word of thanks and a half a jug of Wodak. What? Gods, you should have led with that information. That was you. Gods, you should have led with that information. If we haven't heard by now, we probably won't. A good hunter does the job and doesn't ask for credit. Too easy. Too many amateurs out there. Someone's always getting hurt or squabbling over a kill. If you know what you're doing, you can get good game just about anywhere. The Strangle Root's like buying meat from the market. At least the people who hunt out there aren't going to get killed by a plague-ridden bear. That's something. Actually, better keep it to yourself. You don't want thump-chested Nimdudes coming after you like the ones who come after me. Normally, you look for some shelter first. Cut down a few small trees, gather moss to keep the wind out. Honestly, not much out here you need to worry about. Bears, Zarups, spiders, bandits. If you can make a rope, you can make a net and get yourself some fish. The rough seas make fish stay close to shore most of the time. Honestly, there isn't much to survival in Dawn Shore. Things get rough, run to Paradise. They have walls and guards for a reason. Nothing too elaborate. With so little tree cover, you want to keep moving. The reeds near the coast make great fibers for rope, so you can lash branches together and make a decent roof. Of course, we're always moving, so we just make a quick camp and carry on. So you don't have to worry about all that. Let's see. You want to make your camp look larger and scarier than it is. Keep a fire going, make a lot of noise, hide most of your food. Bears, spiders, and Zarups usually won't attack if they don't think it's worth the trouble. Act like you're tougher than they are. Now, bandits, that's something else. I'd rather run into a bear than one of them any day. You want to look in the fish's eyes when you catch it. Cloudy eyes, toss it back. Clear eyes, can't lose. When you're cleaning them, check their swim bladder for worms. Always. You don't want that kind of awful night. Trust me. You probably know most of this, but here goes. And always give them a little pinch to make sure they're not a shape-shifted wizard or something. Happens more than I'd like. I assume the things I know line up with your experience surviving in the grasslands. Not much else I can tell you. You'll probably run into people looking to be smuggled into or out of Paradise. Usually folks from the mainland, if you know what I mean. Be nice to those people. They were either lied to or just didn't know what they were getting into. No need to make things worse. Watch your step. Nothing like the smell of fish and burning wood in the air. This is one of the few towns where it's almost safe to relax. I don't like how those militia folks look at you. Smell that salty air. Home. Something flew in my mouth. Stay alert. No, the smell won't come off after just one bath. Let's just keep moving. Let's just get through this. Are we almost done here? I don't want to be in here any longer than I have to. Don't worry. I'm keeping wary enough for both of us. You already met the apothecary. I'd suggest we pay him another visit. My guess is he's still where we left him. There you are, Envoy. You ready for this? Walk away. You regret aligning yourself with a genocidal skeleton yet? Oh, don't you have a settlement to raise or something? What's on your mind? I guess we're really doing this. I have no business being in the middle of all this. Let's talk in camp. We can talk in camp. Never thought you'd take their side. Nothing to say to you. If we make it out of this, I'm going on vacation. I hope you know what you're doing. Do we even know what we're doing here? Understood. Same here. You're probably right. I guess it helps we have a god on our side, right? I mean, a god beats a skeleton knight any day. This is just cleanup. Just figuring out who controls the living lands from here out. Someone once told me that war is just applied politics. Never really understood what that meant. You have a lot to do. I just need to survive and make sure you live through this. Anyway, you should get some rest. Oh, if you need to rehearse any speeches or whatever, make sure you do it in front of someone else. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I'd just rather not. I promise you I've heard it. Talk to you later, Envoy. You said it, not me. I guess whatever happens, at least we stopped the Dream Scourge, right? You've lost your mind, Envoy. Though I guess I should have seen that coming. Right. Just one more fight. Then another, across the whole settlement. You should get some sleep. Big day coming up. What's that? Got any other Nimdut decisions you want to tell me about? Since that skeletal Korba started burning down towns and threatening my people, that's when you helped me through some really rough Sokka. So I say this with all the love and respect possible. You have lost your Sundant mind, Envoy, and you're dragging us all down with you. I guess you think the Living Lands needs more razing of villages and wholesale slaughter of heretics. I bet you didn't even think about what this would do to Giada. They destroyed her home, Nimdut. I have followed you like a sick dog all this time because I thought maybe you had some big important destiny. I guess you think the Living Lands needs more wholesale slaughter of heretics. Well, at least you're consistent. Duke de Dragu, Envoy. Right. Benefit to you, maybe. Ask the people of Fjord what benefits they got. I've come to think of you as a friend since we met. But I have to be honest with you. We haven't really been all that close since this whole thing started, so this is actually pretty easy for me to say. Benefit to you, maybe. Everyone else can just line up to be executed. Quiet. Marius is talking. The person who helped me confront and overcome the most painful moments of my life would not have made that decision. I consider us friends, or I did. And I'm here with you because I told you I would be. But you won't see me again after tonight, and you better not go looking either. So you are not that person anymore. After tonight, we're done. You can find someone else to guide you to the next genocide. That's what I just said, isn't it? The living lands were fine before they showed up. We'll be fine after they're gone. You don't want me to do that. Trust me. Oh, I have seen what life would be like under the steel garrote. Didn't you? I saw them planning to burn Fjord to the ground. I see them trying again. Just go. I'm done with you. Makes sense. It's a lot to think about. Right. Things feel different now. Wrong, somehow. I guess you do. I guess we all do. Well, I'm just fine. More or less. I've been in a lot of dangerous situations, but it's always been a fight to survive. It's just a fight. Putting my life on the line for someone else's cause. It's the opposite of survival. It's foolishness. I've been fighting to protect my client, to bolster my reputation, so I could keep saying I'm the best. You helped me through some rough Sokka, Envoy. Your cause became my cause at that point. I'll be ready, Envoy. I'll just be feeling weird about it. Duke de Dragu, Envoy. I'm not afraid. I'm a guide and a hunter, not a soldier. You know, I've never seen a bear go to war. They fight for survival, not for causes. We're about to go out there and risk our lives for, what? A concept of how things ought to be? We might die, all to determine who sleeps in the nicest house in Paradise until the island decides it's time for a change. It's fine. Really. But it's some blessed day Sokka when you think about it. Right. Careful you don't get stuck in all that sap. I feel like you're not trying to make me feel better. Nope. Not if I have anything to say about it. I'll try. Maybe a little Nova Leaf under the nose will help. I'll be all right, Envoy. You go get some blessed day rest. Well, how am I supposed to feel? Blessed day exhausted. But I suppose this is more or less the end of it all. One way or another. A lot has happened since we met. Bar fights, weird ruins, crazy wizards, volcanoes. There's nothing in the survival manual about living through war. The usual tricks and ointments don't really work. Kill the other people before they kill you. Try to keep your allies from dying. That's more or less it. Of course there is, Nimdut. I'm trying to make a point. Not really, though I can't say how. I guess it feels more real, somehow. Right. Next you'll tell me I've been a soldier all along. Oh, no. I do that, and the next thing I know, I'm dragging Kai out of another spike trap. We're fighting for the living lands. Not to keep Zarops from chomping our necks or spiders from laying eggs in our heads. It somehow feels important that we're fighting for the right reason. Other than just not dying, I mean. Hey, I wasn't. Haven't yet, not gonna start now. Right, because blind trust has always come easy to me. You've helped me figure a lot of stuff out. I'll guide you where you want to go. Right, because that attitude has worked out for everyone since Adir landed in Paradise. Agreed. This place may be chaotic and ridiculous, but that's the way we like it. I'm gonna take a little time to figure a few things out. I'll be ready when the time comes. Talk to you later, Envoy. You cured the Dream Scourge by destroying a god. You cured the Dream Scourge by freeing a god. Like I say, a lot has happened. Ready as I can be. I just have to get my head in the right place. Right. We all have. I never could have gotten through all that without your help. I'd still be cringing at the sound of the word solace. Oh, come on, you. I'll get misty when I blessed a well feel like it. Right. You'd all be dead of a snake bite if I hadn't come along. Feels like something is ending here. Not sure I like it. I suppose we'll see when it's over. I should probably get a little rest. Go bother someone else. You cured the Dream Scourge by merging with a god. I can't figure out how I feel now. I do think leaving him here to rot was the right decision. Razvan is dead. It feels hollow somehow, but I can't explain how. Right. I guess so. I've spent my whole life afraid of something I couldn't remember. And now I've found that thing and overcome it. I need to think about all this. Maybe we should check on Yonku. See how he's feeling. I know. He's lost everything. Let him drown in it. Right. What if most things we're afraid of are never as bad as we think? I don't think they wanted rest. I think they're happy haunting Razvan for what he did to them. Yes. Though he does get to hear my parents' voices. I'd give a lot to hear them again. I'm sure I will. It just takes time. I'm not sure I know how to do that. But I'll try. I don't take pride in that man's death. But at least he can't hurt anyone ever again. I know what you're gonna say. So, we found a map to the garden. I suppose if you're on a wild goose chase, there are worse places to do it. Listening to Yatsley's thoughts about godless ruins is one thing. Bringing her along for the rest of the trip is something else. This place was bad enough before the Dream Scourge. Now it's downright hazardous. I have a moment to talk. I need to go hunting. I hope you like roasted snake. You have that face again. What's wrong? You have to stay hydrated out here. Keep an eye out for roots in the soil. They usually contain water you can drink. Ugh. Crag flies are the worst. Tracking is more difficult out here, but not impossible. Temperatures drop at night out here. Try to keep warm. Avoid the fungus blooms in Shatterscarp. Almost all of them are poisonous. Ugh. I've had a pebble in my boot all day. Careful. There are usually tunnel vipers under the soil out here. I remember what it was like to be blindly optimistic. I envy you. No, but I'm not the only one out here, am I? I have a whole party of Nimdutin to keep from getting themselves killed. This used to be a fertile land, with lakes, forests, all of that. Then everything suddenly changed several hundred years ago. Now it's blasted deserts and dried up seas. Anything that lives here is simply stubborn enough not to die. Right, but survival is about keeping things boring and predictable as much as possible. Out here, you never know. Good. In the meantime, keep an eye on your water skins. This place will dry you out faster than you think. Ah, yes. There's that most reliable of survival tools. Unearned confidence. I'm being blessed realistic. Emerald Stair was Toddler Town frolics compared to this. I've taken people to and from Thirdborn, and they've all survived. Mostly because they were only going to and from Thirdborn. I have a feeling our quest is going to take us well outside that well-traveled path. That probably serves you well as an envoy. But you can't eat confidence when you're starving. Shatterscarp might not want you dead like Galawain's tusks, but it doesn't particularly care if you live either. Morning. Well, don't you think it's a little convenient? You need to go somewhere no one ever goes, and here she is to show you the way? Right. Soap is useful sometimes, but I don't pour it in my drinks. I don't know, she's all right, okay, but how would she know how to get to the garden? If she's read anything about the garden, it was written centuries ago. Obviously, things have changed since then. The best chance we found so far, sure. Bothered. Pedraku. It's my job to guide you as safely as possible. What you're doing isn't safe. I don't know. Just following a lady who says she knows something about the garden just seems crazy to me. Fine. I won't even say I told you so when it turns out I was right. I'll go along with whatever you decide. Just don't be disappointed when she doesn't show you what you wanted to see. At least I know how to deal with those sorts of things. Rope, lantern, extra water skins. I thought I'd give it a try. See how it feels? I probably know a lot about this place that you don't. It's rough, but it's very survivable. Yatsley's got you going in all sorts of abandoned ruins. Who knows what's down there? More questions, most likely? And spiders? I think you're confusing hope for truth. You said end of story on that. I'm not bringing it up again. Right, you don't want to hear it. Fine, we'll move right along then. Nothing, I'm fine. Forget I said anything. No, why would I be? How come the answers are never in a little oasis with shade and drink service? I just want to make sure we've covered all the options before we dive headfirst into another deadly ruin. Scared? Right. You missed my whole point. I'm not about to let you lead Kai into certain death without my backup. Right. Just keep it in mind, I guess. I'm sure we'll be fine. I just hope this is all worth it. No idea. I just wish I trusted Yatsley's research. Seems like a lot of danger for not much payout. You know what? Pretend I didn't say anything. Probably what you were planning to do anyway. Now we see how accurate those ancient godless cartographers could possibly be. No one I'm aware of. Legend says the founder of Solace went there once, but there's no proof. We'll see. We don't know what's really there, other than your secret god friend. Right. I think the sea of acid surrounding it had something to do with it, too. That'll be cold comfort when everyone thinks I'm crazy for saying I've been there. I figure either it's a complete dud and there's nothing really there, or we all lose our minds the second we show up. Either way, was it worth it? Who knows? Not sure how helpful that map will be, really. There's probably a reason no one's been to the garden in centuries. And that's all that matters, I guess. Let's go. I wish I was as convinced as you are. The thought of going to speak to a god on their turf, it doesn't make sense to me. I get it, those visions, or whatever you're having, must be really disturbing. But how do you know they won't just get worse? Well, there you go. I'll just keep my thoughts to myself then. I guess that's not my problem, really. My job is to keep you alive, whether you've got a god in your head or not. Just don't do anything stupid, all right? Marius, you need to slow down. Think about your feelings. Marius, I'm tired of your blessed day attitude. Get over it. What was that all about, Marius? You seem really upset about something. Well, I don't know what it was about either, so just let me be alone for a bit. Well, I don't want to think about my feelings. So just let me be alone for a bit. Well, you know what? So am I. So just let me be alone for a bit. How should I know? I don't know what's going on in my head half the time. It is. And it isn't. I'm not sure what it is, really. I don't... Right, I guess I was. I just really don't want to go. I will. Count on that. Just the thought of going back to Galawain's tusks makes my heart feel like it's going to explode. I sweat. My ears ring. I can't breathe. When it seems like we're really heading there, I feel like I'm dying. Right, I'll get past this. I'll be ready. I guess a lot of things happened to me there. I grew up there in Solace. I left there on purpose. I don't know. Maybe. I left there for a reason. Good reason, I'm not sure. You were probably right. We are not in any danger right now. But it just feels like the most fear I've ever felt. Just leave me be. I need to get some rest. I understand not wanting to go back, but why can't I just thinking about it makes me feel ill. I need some time alone, Envoy. I need to get some rest. I'll be ready to go when the time comes. Right. Thanks. Maybe you will, but what about poor Kai? Huh? What about him? Just keep your head and you'll be fine. Let me look out for the others. What do you need? There's basically no reason to come here unless you have business in Thirdborn. Doesn't stop people from coming here, though. Most people I bring here are just looking to say they survived it, as if the lands weren't deadly enough everywhere else. We go to Thirdborn first to get supplies and rest up for the trip. Most people decide to turn back after a night in town. They complain that it's hot, but that's the easiest part. They never realize the rest of the weird Sokka that's out there. If you're asking about the ruins and shrines and all that, you're asking the wrong person. Best we avoid those out here. This place is deadly enough without the ghosts and monsters and weird magical walls you find in those places. Trust me. Sometimes I bring someone with more bravery than smarts out here, and they always turn around at the first empty room that tells them to go away. They say this used to all be underwater until something happened that cracked open the ground and swallowed the seas. Makes sense to me. If you dig far enough, you'll find strange things like old fish bones that don't make sense in a place like this. I think that's why Thirdborn appeals to the Rauataians so much. Like, there's an ancestral connection with what the land used to be. Or maybe they just like fishing off the coast. What do I know? What else is there? No idea. What you see out there is what you get. Right. This might be good information for you, since I don't know if Adir has wastelands like this. Shatterscarp doesn't want to kill you, really, but it isn't interested in helping you survive either. The key here is water and shade. Cover your skin, or it'll be dried out in no time and you'll be as red as a Balrog's throat. You might be worried about saving water, but what you want to do is try not to sweat. Stay in shade as much as you can. And don't drink the water from the plants out here. They're all full of parasites and poisons. Getting sick out here is the worst. It gets cold out here at night. I always make a fire in camp, and no matter how hot it is during the day, I always keep a blanket. I like to camp on a hill or plateau if I can, because even the slightest bit of rain can cause a flash flood. You'd be surprised how many people drown in Shatterscarp. Nothing's prepared for rain out here, especially the land itself. Though if you don't drown, your water problems are pretty much solved, so there you go. I collected a good amount of water before we left Emerald Stair. Sometimes that's the only way to have water here. We have enough to travel for a while, but if we get stuck out here, we are in big trouble. I also put jerky in my pack. Drinking water isn't enough. You'll need that salt, too. That's something most people forget. Pestler root is good when you're thirsty. Doesn't have any water in it, but makes you feel less thirsty when you chew it. Most game is out at night around here. That's why I go hunting while everyone else is asleep. Mostly snakes, with a few larger beetles and rats. A lot of them burrow into the ground, so you can just go get them. The good news is that there aren't a lot of parasites here. Bad news is that's because most of the animals here are poisonous to eat. Avoid most of the organ meat. Cook everything else until it's basically ash, and you'll be just fine. Shatterscarp is a challenge even to me. But I never lost anyone out here. Closest I came was when the kid I was traveling with decided not to keep his mouth shut in Thirdborn. Poor kid. My guess is you already know what you need to know to survive out here. I don't have much more to add. I think you know enough to survive out here. As long as you stick close to me, anyway. It's not perfect, but it can get you through that extra distance before you can find more water. I had to pay half what he paid me just to keep a barkeep from smashing the kid's face in. The other half to leave town with him. There's a survival tip. Don't go mouthing off in Thirdborn. It takes a certain kind of madness to live out here on purpose. I don't blame them. If you're looking to survive, don't try to get yourself killed. That's the first rule. Try to avoid eye contact. Love the smell of grilled fish and spices. Sometimes they have fruit from the dead fire here. Keep a hand on your coin purse. Quiet. That all-powerful lunatic can probably hear us. One foot in front of the other. I think I saw something move. It's safe to breathe here, right? Think the spirits can hear us? Whatever you do, don't drink anything. Smells like moss and regret in here. Should have brought a thicker coat. Let's not do that again. Let's stay out of Archmage's domains from now on. Listen, that back there, in the ruins, that was a lot. Sure, we made it out alive, but that outcome felt out of my hands more than I'd like. I don't love placing my survival on the whims of a mad wizard, especially one that likes telling long stories. I know you passed 3 trials, but I'm not sure what that means exactly. Oh, well, good. We're done talking anyway. Right. Oh, right. So was I. I'm going to get some rest. Talk later. I mean, weren't you talking to them already? I see. Right. That clears it up. Right. Makes sense. The important thing is that you did it. I don't know. Maybe you're the chosen one now. Some kind of prophecy? You don't look that different to me. It's not that I didn't enjoy tromping around in the ancient death trap, getting bossed around by spirits and all that, but I really do hope this was the last time. That kind of humidity does terrible things to my beard. I know. I knew when I signed on there'd be risks. Especially with you jumping into every weird cave you find. Oh, that small army of skeletons she sent after us might care to differ. Right. I'm trying. All I'm good at is surviving, under specific conditions that make sense to me. Right. Well, by all means, keep diving into dark caves and ancient ruins. I'm sure it'll get easier someday. I know. Sometimes you just have to charge into a wizard's domain and endure a parable about a village. When things don't make sense, what am I supposed to do? Just hope it all works out? Right. I wish I had thought of that. Destiny? Another word for do what you're supposed to do. I already failed that one, Amaku. Well, then you ought to be a Blessed Day expert by now. I guess you're just as clueless as the rest of us. Anyway, I'm glad to be out of there. Time to curl up with some jerky and a few swigs of Wodak. Can't say I'm sad to be leaving Paradise. I had no idea how tense things were with the Adirans moving in. Steel Garrote. I figured they're just more intense Adiran soldiers. I don't like that Ludwine woman. She gives me the vricas. And it's a good thing we're getting out of the city. Are you listening to that friend when you go all blank-eyed from time to time? Does your special friend talk to you? Well, you can't fault me for being thorough. Right, when it comes time to deal with animancers, You two are on your own. But so are the animancers. They can stand around and have scholarly debates about souls all they want. Gives me a great opportunity to take a nap. Town full of nobles, scholars, and leeches. All surviving off the work of the farmers who grow food for the whole island. Right. Present company excluded. And all that. I'd say something back at you, but I'm just not feeling it for some reason. They don't understand what they're messing with. They can't tame the wilds with machinery. So you're planning on straying from the roads, huh? That changes a few things. No matter what I tell you, you keep picking flowers from things that want to kill you. Right. Maybe buy them a drink before they choke you to death with vines. How do you know this friend doesn't mean us any harm? Well, maybe figure it out. We can't prepare for what we don't know is coming. Funny. Keep joking when the envoy starts sprouting mushrooms and attacking everyone. Unless they have their own use for you. That's what's giving me the shakes. I had an imaginary friend when I was little, but they never brought me back from the dead. Imagine a flooded area, but instead of water, it's all plants that just seem to want you lost, starving, and dead. Step on the wrong thorn or eat the wrong leaf, and you'll find yourself paralyzed or exploding out of both ends. I'd hope so. I think that goes without saying. Well, you came to the right place. This is the living lands. Getting out of bed in the morning gets complicated. I look forward to hearing what you think the word easy means. I have, things to do back in Paradise. It keeps me plenty busy. Our deal was I'd help you find your assassin. I did that. I figured you'd probably travel faster with fewer people anyway. None that could help the two of you. You need the best guide in the lands to keep you from getting yourselves killed. Now that you mention it, you're gonna need my help if you're traveling through the lands with this Nimdude. I have 2 rules. No campfire songs and no hugs. That last one's non-negotiable. If we're done being ridiculous, we should get some rest. We'll be in Emerald Stair tomorrow. Right. Go to bed before you violate the hugging rule. And now we have to worry about whether the man who killed you is going to try again. Oh no. Assuming we already killed all of his remaining friends and minions, maybe, Ludwig will likely just execute him herself. Either way, you're safer with him gone. Survival dictates you remove a threat as soon as it makes itself known. That's exactly what you did. You had to know that might happen. You've met Ludwig, right? This dream scourge is one of the weirdest things I've ever tried to hunt. Right. The garden. Sure. Town full of survivors. Anyone who decides to stake out a life in Shatterscarp isn't someone you want to mess with. Don't look at me. Ask the voice in your head. Who could have guessed? Sounds like a load of Sokka to me. Searching everywhere that isn't the garden is gonna take a while. We don't have that kind of time. Probably a good idea. Don't poke the bear unless you're ready for the claws. And all that. Right, if I wanted to waste time, that's what I carry a flute for. Don't look at me. I was fine going back to Paradise. At least that tells us we're on the right track. Gods are never forthcoming with useful information, are they? Stop. You're aggravating my ulcer. Easier said than done. Especially when we're not entirely sure what we're looking for. Let's get some rest. We have a long day ahead of us. Better to keep moving forward, Kai. What's lost is lost. Takes courage to go back for something you lost. I wouldn't have it in me. Good enough people, though. And generally less likely to rob you or bore you to sleep than other places we've been. This is it, I guess. Feels very different from the last time I left Galawain's tusks. And now, without solace, there's no reason for me to ever come back. I will say, it's nice to look out and see Solace still standing. Thanks for that. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place, but it never felt like more than a children's tale to me. I'll be fine. It's not like I have any more childhood homes that can be destroyed. Just so you know, Kai, it's starting to sound like you like me. Right. It's better that an Adir and Envoy do it. Me neither. I guess it never gets any easier. Not everyone saw it that way. I guess I'm glad you did. Careful, Envoy, or your head won't fit through the gates to the garden. Feels more like an ending to me. But as you say, upset? No. You only destroyed my lifelong home, just as I was reconnecting with it. No big deal. Clearly you thought those few good points were worth the destruction of Solace. Agree to disagree. Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. Zappadal caused the dream scourge. All of this pain. I don't think I can forgive that. I told you I'd be with you till the end. I don't go back on my promises. What about you, Giada? I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not. I have to find out what the big deal is. Right. But can they make it immune to political infighting and short-sighted backstabbing? That's the real challenge right there. Ever wonder why people don't trust nobles? It's that statement right there. Especially after seeing Iancu. I just can't let that go. You Adiran Kamayu. Take a few more moments to think closely before you go destroying your friends' homes next time. Solace is my home. I still don't get why any of you feel like you have a say in this. Because I chose to. Kostya doesn't get to make that decision for everybody. Finally, someone's talking sense. Exactly. Destroying our home is not starting something new. Right. Looking forward to it. What about those who wanted to stay there, huh? What life are they free to live now? Oh, so because I wanted to leave, it should be destroyed? I had no idea I had that kind of power. Well, I guess that's all there is to say. I don't get why you think you have the right to decide what every person in Solace needs. Who the fuitu do you think you are? Oh, so you think you know what's best for them. For us. You, an envoy from Usundan Adir. Well, you're sitting here refusing to justify what you've done. My people are watching their home get swallowed by lava. Agree to bleste disagree. Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks. The Bleste Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us. Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning. The Steel Garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us. This is like a drunken bar fight, just with a ton more people on both sides, and one of them led by a walking skeleton. Nah, don't be so hard on yourself. It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity. Welcome to the Living Lands. A lot of things have gone right. It's what's gone wrong we should be worried about. Some problems just keep rearing their ugly heads no matter what you do. Good news is, we've gotten pretty skilled at dealing with them. I'm not sure. That's good, right? Glad the Dream Scourge is over, but I can't help but think killing a god will have consequences. Gods. I can't believe this. Both places I've called home, destroyed by fire. I'm starting to think it's me. And Ludwig definitely strikes me as someone who doesn't leave food on her plate. Ugh, that's just a pile of Saka. You won't find a Bleste thing. This wild beetle chase of yours is a Padraku waste of time. Following my destiny is a good way of saying ignoring all logic and reason and getting myself killed. To get to the garden, you have to go through Galawain's tusks. The land is made of lava and acid. It wants to eat you alive. Tough odds is an extra Zarb jumping in at the last minute. This is a long trek, on foot, through a land that can barely support life. I don't have to be a Bleste oracle to know this won't go how you think it will. And what would he say if he knew what you were really doing out here? Your true orders come from a voice in your head, and all your clues come from one source. You've been following a voice in your head, and it has to be you because a voice in your head said so. What do you know about Sapadal? How do you know you can trust them? That's good for you. What about the rest of us, huh? Will your secret god bring us all back or just you? I have a powerful connection to my Bleste flute, but I'm not about to take orders from it. And my gut tells me not to trust this. You're about to cross a sea of acid on the word of a voice in your Usundan head. Then you're gambling with all our lives. Don't expect me to be overjoyed. Because I can scream until I'm blue in the face, and you people would still rather trust the Envoy's pet headache demon. And now you want to drag us through the deadliest region in the world because a sleeping god said so. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, now you're listening to me, all of a sack-a-sup sudden. Generally, debatable, but about the garden, definitely. Right, the voice in your head that none of us have ever met. I hear dying has some interesting side effects. I don't know, Nimdut. I do know whatever I come up with is better than do whatever the voice in my head tells me to do. Ah, so that's how it is. Oh, I've been acting odd. Me. Need I remind you that we're talking about jumping off a cliff because your head voices tell us to? You're not listening to what I am telling you. I'm done here. Do whatever Bleste planning you want to do. You don't need me for that. Nope. I said what I said. Come get me when it's time to go. I'd say we shouldn't stay on her bad side, but I'm not sure she has any other sides. Oh, this ought to be good. Or watching them go insane, as the case may be. Having met her, I assume that was a very, very long time ago. Gods, the logistics. That might be easier said than done. I mean, she looks really blessed scary, though. Very funny. Oh, gods. Terriers? I wouldn't wish them on my worst... got it. But you're saying there's a chance. Right. Focus, people. Try not to think about how we're up against a dead woman who threatens the entire living lands. Right, and the Steel Garrote is famously level-headed. Just look at Fior. Right, and the Steel Garrote is famously level-headed. Just look at what they were planning in Fior. Right, getting killed by monsters is one thing, but turning into one... Oh, Naivasta, fuitu meyu. Damned if I'm leaving my fate in the hands of a blessed magical authority figure. God, Archmage, or anyone else. Fuitu meyu. That choice shouldn't be in anyone's hands. Don't take this out on him. Besides, he's right. Don't take this out on her. Besides, she's right. Don't take this out on them. Besides, they're right. No one should have to make that kind of choice. Did you really just say think of the children to justify killing? Maybe stop talking while you're ahead. Her life's work is making her advocate for killing people. Just saying. Not my problem. As long as I can erase the mental image. I don't think I know that spot. Let's check it out. What's that? A treasure map? Let's go. Definitely worth the effort. Ooh, nice. Any chance there are any softwood branches in there? More often than you think. Because you'd think it should never happen, but it does. I've been a lot of places I never wanted to go, but that was among the worst. Leaving your home behind isn't easy. It's for the best sometimes, but it's never easy. Right. How do you suggest we keep our feet warm at night? Light little fires between our toes? Can we get out of here? One Yahtzee is more than enough. It's like looking into a blessed mirror. Oh, gods. I'll stick with the secret sleeping god that whispers who knows what in our leader's head, thank you very much. Envoy, you saw that too, right? Be ready. Lava can be really off-putting if you're not used to it. Is it odd that I feel more comfortable here than in Solace? Sulfur and ash. Smells like home. Maybe we could send the wardens a message. Adherence here, Fjord burned, Solace next. Best, Marius. Saka sup Steel Garrote slaughtered them and left them to rot. I say we pay them in kind. Quick tip, lava is bad. We should find somewhere else to be. Listen, I don't know what happened back there, but we can't ignore it. Seems like something we might want to stop. The eruption blocked the way back. Let's look for another way down. Well, that's that. We'll need another way through. That's Nandru. You may or may not notice certain similarities, Envoy. If you're looking to celebrate water, I'd suggest the bathhouse. People here venerate Andra despite the horrible passage from the mainland. Or maybe because of it. The less time we spend staring at Galawain, the better. Maybe don't look so adherent around here. Paradise militia can be a bit oversensitive. Meh. Nice place. Why was I hoping there'd be more fanfare passing through there? The perfect place for adherents to look down on the citizens of Paradise. This is where the wealthy go to be seen celebrating Helia. Helia, goddess of birds and some other things as well. That's the elven queen of Adir, I think. They wasted no time putting that up when they got here. No one lives there at the moment. I guess the Clavenger didn't like having neighbors. Cozy. Looks like clavaging pays pretty well. Am I the only one who gets the vrikas from that mural? Note the graffiti on the wall. You don't always want to follow it. That's Sansa's shop. Might be worth taking a look. Definitely don't feel like we should be in here. Don't be too excited. I could show you living versions of these if we go out to Emerald Stair. I don't know. Pottery loses a lot of its value when it can no longer hold drinks. Nice drum. More of a flute man myself. Not sure why there's a plaque for that. Skeleton with 2 heads seems pretty self-explanatory. This is the Shrine to Bareth, god of death. Not sure which version of them this is. Watch it, Envoy. You might just start to relax here if you're not careful. And here's where the rats live. Reasonable rent if you can get it. These have been boarded up since the lockdown started. Nice place for thieves to hide out. High market. Don't worry. It just gets fancier from here. This is where people go to buy stuff that'll just get 'em mugged everywhere else. Looks like they forgot to man this checkpoint. Ever. Don't make eye contact. They'll attack your peace of mind. Let's keep moving through here before one of them asks us a difficult question. I guess they don't teach the value of money in Adir. At least that charlatan eats well tonight. Nice work with that watcher. Can't have people going around pretending to be insane. Be aware. There's, probably 1,000 spiders in there. You, wouldn't think behind the embassy spiders. But here you go. Over here. Look, there are places elsewhere on this island that would kill for those supplies. Literally. Here, by the graffiti. You can reach the roofs from here. Generous to call that a garden. It's like a graveyard for plants. Just act natural. Nothing weird going on here. Why is that one looking at me? If they confiscated that stuff, it must be worth having. You can come here to get a job once you're, done doing whatever it is you're here to do. Maybe try pulling it next time. This thing was here long before Paradise was. And it'll be here long after, too. Careful down here. You don't want to step in, well, anything. Oh, home sweet shameful home. Well, keep up the good work, everyone. There'll be more Adherent soldiers to bother in the morning. People come here to relax. Nah, too quiet for me. I suggest not spending much money on this stuff. Leather bags travel a lot better. Any idea who this vigil is for? Must be popular. This is not the way I ever expected to get into the bathhouse. I always admired painters. Get paid making pictures of things you can just go out and see with your eyes. Seems like you want to keep stuff like that in a warehouse. That's the apothecary you're looking for. Found something? Good. Always good to rummage through a condemned house for valuables. Paradise was built by Pargrunin ages ago. It's been maintained by neglectful fools ever since. If you're really quiet, you can hear actor souls dying as people just keep on walking. Some lockdown, eh? People just seem to come and go as they please. This is where the guards decide if your stuff is worthy of being in Paradise. The answer I've found is no. Wait, there's something going on over there. A broken throne, symbol of Wodoka the Oathbinder. She's nothing if not a bit dramatic. This elevator wasn't working last time I came through here. Good to see it moving again. I shouldn't have to tell you not to trust a chest you found behind a waterfall. This is what can happen if you go out into Dawnshore without a good guide. Remember this. Odd place to leave a wagon. I wonder where the owner went. That must be the owner of that cart. Onto the wheel, old man. Odd place to leave a wagon. Tracks say it belongs to that body under the bridge. There's almost always something good in places like this. Worth taking a look. I think it's clear something happened here. So I'm here to help keep you from making decisions like the one you're about to make. Bodies don't normally look like that, do they? Up in a tree like that? No actual Pargrun stonework could have a hole this big. Must be a knockoff. Wouldn't want to be a bandit out here, with all those guards around. Who is this blockade supposed to stop? A hungry enough bear would smash right through that thing. You know, I've seen it all, except that. I've never seen exactly that. Why would you build a house out here? Feels like more of an easily abandoned tent situation. A bed in a nice cabin out by the strangle root. Obviously a trap. The Watcher lives in that house over there. I say this is close enough, no? You know we can turn back at any moment. Nothing of value would be lost. That watermill's one of those things that keeps Paradise alive. Might as well use those ridiculous currents for something. Careful. There's a reason this place is called Castel's Folly, and it's not because of its whimsical sense of humor. Not sure who lived here before. Looks like something you'd see in Emerald Stair. More Bleste spiders. Fuitu meyu. Something on that corpse over there. Though I assumed you'd have gotten to it eventually. Handsome Pargrun dies in cave collapse. A Deern envoy suspected. And why would you waste time building a deadly trap when a simple no-entry sign would suffice? If we're gonna be walking up here, at least do me the favor of not looking down. Rebels ahead. Stay alert. Wouldn't think assassins would be hiding out in a temple, but what do I know? Told myself I'd never go down here. Underground aqueducts tend to be full of things I'd rather not be eaten by. Spiders up ahead. Watch for webs. Right. I'll get the lock. You never catch me grumbling on the job like that. The nerve of some folk. Glad to be out of there. I wonder how the Adherents will feel about assassins under their city. Secret door. I feel like I should have known about that. Looks like there's a note. Ooh, I have an arrow that can freeze water. I told you that before, right? The envoy blacked out for a moment, and now the Audra has flowers on it. Does that about sum it up? Envoy. Oh, gods. Thought maybe we'd lost you for a minute there. You are here, right? Watch out. Pressure plates on the floor. Eyes open. Shh. Someone's up ahead. Well, this is one way of crossing the room, but definitely not the easiest. No. Nope. I am not going in there unless you swear not to run off without me. Ugh. Why people choose to live in a place like this, I'll never know. Stale air, thick darkness, and a smell that peels your eyes back. Reminds me of home. I take it this is the scene of the crime. That's a good start. Let's look for a way up there. Over there. A lever. Probably disables the blades, for all the good it does from here. This place is gonna get crowded if things don't get better in Dawnshore. Say what you like about my people, but we built a phenomenal wall. Looks like the Adirans already tried negotiating with these Zarups. I always forget there were Pargrunin out here before. These people left ages ago. Something doesn't feel right here. Never has. Ice front. Bandits ahead. Never trust a waterfall. Who knows what's hiding back there? Let me know if you see a lock you can't open. Chances are I can break into it. I generally make it a policy to stay away from angry spirits if I can help it. Suggest you do the same. Looks like this guy was waiting for a friend to get back alive from Castel's Folly. I'm not one for walking up to altars. Maybe leave this one alone. Every time I take something from a spooky altar, skeletons appear. Every time. Careful. There's nothing more dangerous out here than taking a moment to relax. I bet the soldiers died first. And then the bear died of food poisoning. I shouldn't have to tell you, but be careful here. Zarups, keep your eyes open. See that blood? Guessing there was a third body here once. It's probably dinner now. Good place for fishing. Not many blind angles. Nice and quiet here. Take a moment to breathe. Careful. Some people have fallen down these stairs. Not me, mind. This may have been the one place in Paradise I've never gone. I bring my flute up here sometimes. Gets nice and quiet at night. I like to take lunch up in that lighthouse from time to time. Nice view. Castel's Folly. You want to do some stretches before you go there. Believe me. There's a shrine over there. To Woodaka, if I remember correctly. Never setting foot on a ship in these waters. I promise you that. Looks like a piece of a totem of some kind. That's another piece of that Woodaka totem. One thing you could say about ogres, they rarely do snake attacks. Zarups and ogres don't raid for fun. They raid because people turn hunting grounds into farmland. Rest well, big man. Try not to terrorize the countryside next time. I shouldn't need to tell you that ogres are dangerous. Just look at that one. There's almost always something worth finding in ruins like these. If, that's what you're looking for. Ugh, it's a different kind of reek out here, isn't it? I, probably don't need to tell you to be ready for anything. Sokka. So much for the fastest way to Emerald Stair. The land just about swallowed this place. Nice cabin. Looks like a good place for a Zarup raid. That's Dehangan's cabin. She's got some spine living alone out here. Careful. That Zarup's probably up to something. Careful on these cliffs. I've seen a lot of people fall and drown out here. Sometimes it was even by accident. Let's take a look around this house. We should find out why those Zarups were here. Well, he could have used more training. I think this was drawn from the top of this lighthouse. Looks like this point's somewhere upstream, by the Pargrun wall. Anger's Kiss. That's what we needed for those Adiran refugees. We need those papers for those Adiran refugees, right? I won't tell you what's in that muck, if you promise not to make me smell that ring. Huh. That's funny. I don't recall the bridge being broken. And I remember the farms looking a lot less neglected. Shame it ended like this. Led many people to godless ruins before. Never went any closer than this. Is this the governor's mother? Blessed a shame. A trail goes through the ravine and into the glade. Careful where you step. Look at that. After you, Envoy. Wildlife came through here on their way deeper into the forest. Probably attacked this thing as they passed by. Another killed by wildlife. We're going the right way. Don't know what I expected, but this isn't it. I feel pretty certain that those people aren't supposed to be plants. I'd say the revenants were hiding in that lake. Could be wrong. Right. This place has seen better days. That tower is for Fjord's Rangers. It's where they stand around and argue about the best route to Shatterscarp. Maybe we don't go inside the ancient creepy tower. Just a thought? Feels odd here. This is exactly the kind of place you'd find a Pargrun cache. Careful. This place doesn't smell safe. You know what they say about sneaking up on sleeping bears? Don't. Look out for damp flies. They'll drink you dry down there. I don't like this. Stay alert. Right. Smells like Zarups in here. I've never seen Emerald Stair like this. It's usually so nice. Something's not right here. Treasure hunting suits you. Quick advice? Try not to breathe in here. Why is it somehow worse when the revenants aren't trying to kill you? Death blooms. Don't get too close. Skeletons. Looks like they're after that stone from the lake. The skeletons are coming for the moonstone. Part of me loves seeing nature reclaim these ruins. Another part thinks nature needs to calm itself. It's like nature's shaping these ruins into something. Like a shrine, but for who? Ugh. Give me a moment. I'll join you in gawking at the view when my legs stop swearing at me. Nice tree fort. Good visibility of the area. Looks like a shrine to Helia. Did I get that right? Definitely a nice defensible setup. Not bad. The Rangers tried to signal Fior. Maybe they got out alive. This place could use a broom or two. And maybe a team of carpenters. This poor guy looks like he was important. Anyone else feel a draft? There. I bet there's something behind that broken window. Dead bodies, wearing steel garrote armor. Looks like Alfir meant it when she threatened an attack. Those beacons probably saved lives. Whoever did this had the spine of a Balrog. If you're looking for spiders, you'll find them up ahead. I'm not one to celebrate death, but those people had it coming. Eyes forward, Envoy. It's a long way down. They were planning on burning down Fior. How could they do something like that? Hurry, Envoy. Those revenants are definitely coming this way. Gods. We can leave now, right? I don't... Anyone know what happened back there? So they're dead? Giada has to know. I just don't want to be the one to tell her. Right. We really just kicked the saltfly's nest. I guess we're in this now. Hope this was just a regular outpost. Nope. This is a war camp. I don't like this. How did no one know this was here? These people are here to fight. Be ready for anything. Dorso mentioned a steel garrote camp. This must be it. Steel garrote banners. Fuitu Mayu. A ruined workshop. Might have what we're looking for. So the expedition is in the slumbering fields, just across the deadly valley full of lava. That's fresh water right there, on its way to Solace. Do you hear that? That pounding? Never thought I'd be so glad to see those Bleste walls. Stay away from the water, Envoy, unless you want to die in it. Wagon tracks, heading toward the slumbering fields. Looks like they went this way. No one here. Been empty for a while. No expert, but that seems like some high-quality machinery. Some kind of crystal on top of that hill. Might be best to leave it alone. An old mining shaft. Probably something worth checking out. I haven't seen water this clear in ages. If we clear the blockage in the aqueducts, we'll be done here. Zarb tracks. Lots of them. We're entering hostile territory. There's a set of wagon tracks heading east from there. Though I'd be more curious about those large footprints in among the tracks. That red tree up there looks a lot like the one in that Molderlung book. Lorraine's always been a daydreamer, but she's never been this distracted. Might want to meet this Galeen. Water's probably deep enough to swim under the tower. Though if anyone asks, it wasn't my idea. We can't reach the vines from here. Let's find another way. There's roots blocking the water flow. We'll have to clear them. Tracks leading off the road. Could be someone in trouble. Funny how we see more wrecked wagons than intact ones out here in the tusks. Look, as far as I recall, there were no spooky tunnels on our agenda today. Good old Solace Keep. Destroyed from within. Kostya gave us the Cantech for this door. Of all the treasures to which one aspires, none greater than those wrought of sweat and fires. Not bad enough for going into more godless ruins, but we're also walking face first into a beetle lair. Lovely. Gods. Just the smell in here makes me wish I hadn't eaten today. These towers are supposed to be checkpoints for wardens on patrol and travelers out in the wilds. Usually the safest places in the tusks. This place has seen better days. If it weren't so deadly and disturbing to look at, it'd be breathtaking. No way across from here. Try growing up with that volcano on the horizon. You learn early on how fragile life can be. In case you're wondering why there would be shrines to Mogren and Solace, there's your answer. Even out here, those Nimdoots don't trust anyone but themselves. Solace Keep. Fuitu Mayo, here we go. What's an ancient keep without a grimy torture chamber? Oh, gods, makes me sick. Tragic, but they did try to run a farm in the tusks. Prayer won't help you much out here. Any god who's listening would probably just rather let you burn to death. Gods. This is Kostya's idea of freedom. I probably don't need to say this, but we have to get to the garden. Now. What? They're dream thralls now? Arms up. More dream thralls on our flanks. More dream thralls. Really? I think they're coming from the camps. Skeleton Lady is down. We still have to clear out these Bleste dream thralls. Ludwig's still out there. Let's get her. That's the last of the dream thralls. Not going this way. Gods, this is the place. Mayu. I have nothing to say. That was insane. Stay alert. That thing's moving this time. If anything moves, I'm going to jump straight up and start running. This place would be peaceful if it wasn't so dangerous. Is this where your god friend sleeps? I assume we'll have to break this barrier somehow. Right. You can go first. I'll stay here and watch your back. Right. How did I know I'd be jumping into a giant pool of water today? I need a bit of jerky and a nap. Let's take a moment here. Why am I even here? You're trying to get us all killed. Here's hoping we can avoid that madness down there. Wasn't sure what you were going to use that for. Nice job. Right, what's Attain? I feel like it's important. Or maybe we are. Gods, never seen machinery like this. It's impossible. Gates down. Here we go. Thomas Cairn. What's that doing here? Huh. I can see the keep from here. I have this feeling we're not supposed to be here. Something big passed through here. Wasn't an animal either. Mayu. What happened here? I do not want to meet whatever killed that thing. Are those Zarps worshipping a sporling? That's new. It's not fair, is it? Not fair. I'm sure he's fine. He seemed like a survivor. Breathe into a sack of some kind if that happens again. Works like a charm. Can't say I blame you. Right. I prefer things as boring as possible. Hopefully they can hold off whatever's left of the steel garrote. Gods, someone made it out alive. I can't imagine what they've been through. They're gonna need some kind of direction. Looks like we're on the right track. And there's the spot. Couldn't miss that in the dark. There's a flag out there. I feel like we were supposed to see it. Take only what you need. I'm not carrying anyone else's packs. This place reminds me of growing up in Solace. Less petty judgment and political bickering here, I suppose. Spider nest ahead. Keep your eyes open. Careful. That spider nest looks relatively new. We're not getting through here. There has to be another way. Looks like high luck. Wish I hadn't seen this coming. There's gotta be another way in. This looks like a good way to get ourselves killed. Any chance we can sneak in through the back? Someone lives in that cave. Be alert. Looks like another way into the camp. In case you don't feel like getting us all killed, we could probably sneak through here and just grab the banner. They're telling us to keep out. I say we listen. I'm not going up that scaffolding. Looks like there's an easier way to get up there. This place is coiled and ready to strike. Be ready for anything. That Nim dude Petru definitely got himself locked up in the Ash Forest. He'll still be there. If the Zarps didn't get to him first. That poor Nim dude probably got himself locked up in the Ash Forest. If the Zarps didn't get to him first. Magma's getting awfully high. We might want to hurry. If Kostya knew about this, he'd be selling tickets. Take your time. One slip and you're dead. Don't even stop to look at the giant Adra formation. We have to get to the sluice gates. The sluice gates are just ahead. Kostya's probably already there. Let's move. Fuitu! Kostya's already proven himself an enemy of Solace. Whatever you choose to do with him after we stop him is fine with me. Kostya isn't going to wait around for us. Keep moving. We need to keep moving if we're going to catch Kostya. Lava's rising. We have to stop this now. It's done. Solace is safe. Thank the gods. Duke de Dragu. I can't believe you. No! Kostya left them behind to die. Bleste Korba. Kostya doesn't care who dies. That Korba must be stopped. What's Helia god of again? Creepy places full of murder and ghosts? Ah yes, stomping through mud. This is more like it. I generally like swamps, but this one smells funny. I admit it. Solace is damned impressive. Just be aware, the people of Solace are just as stubborn as its walls. The sanctuary of Nandru. Hasn't changed a bit. That's Nandru, founder of Solace. Don't speak ill of him if you value your life. You can't survive this close to a volcano without a healthy reverence for Magrin. Nandru looked to Wodoka for inspiration when he created the traditions and laws of Solace. I feel like a shrine of Abidan among the forges of Solace is rather self-explanatory. Ready yourselves. The council's just up this lift. Nowhere else will you see this much water flowing freely in the tusks. Your rigging came loose long ago, Nimdoot. Gods. Here we go. Well, there you have it. Good place for a hidden base. It sits just below the city, where the people and patrols will never look. Right, all of that. Don't forget why we're here. You hired me to hunt the rebels down. And now we know where they are. The cistern beneath the Temple of Andra. Right. You bought that story faster than you bought those bright red boots you got in Thirdborn. We've been there already. I must have missed something. They'd only slow us down. Besides, any fighting we do in the cistern will be close quarters. Right. After you. Envoy, over there. Looks like a note. Well, looks like the old man wasn't as in love with Adir as he let on, whether they realize it or not. About blessed day time. Been watching your backs all this time. Not about to stop now. Doesn't matter. The steel growth getting to the garden cannot be a good thing. I suppose it's possible the path to the garden is under the keep. No. Whatever else I think about Solace, it's still full of highly trained Pargrunan wardens sworn to die to protect it. They circled Solace Keep on the map. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The steel garrote left all this behind without packing up. They must have left in a hurry. Impossible. I've explored every inch of the keep. If there was a path to the garden inside the keep, I'd know about it. You have no idea. If she murdered someone, we would have heard about it by now. There's no way attacking Solace would get them any closer to the garden. Unless... No. These books are all about the garden. They must be here for a reason. Probably trying to find a way to the garden. Through Solace Keep. Been there. Just let it happen. These are the books Dolna stole. All about the garden, looks like. This looks more like research to me. The steel garrote was definitely looking for something. Pleasant dreams.